Pues muy buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por visitarnos. Siempre es un gusto tenerlos aquí y sobre todo tener la experiencia de que ahí hemos sido parejos. Desde el principio, yo me acuerdo cuando empezaron los primeros casos que la doctora Seaford me hacía el honor de que casi todos los días nos hablamos conforme empezaron. Pero bueno, finalmente encontramos un medio de no estar utilizando tanto tiempo en esto, pero hemos mantenido siempre esa conexión entre los dos servicios, ¿no? Creo que es una oportunidad para nosotros única porque, vamos, los dos tenemos una amplia experiencia en el tema, ¿no? Hay algunas variaciones de cómo lo ha enfrentado México, cómo lo ha enfrentado los Estados Unidos, y y sin embargo, el futuro llama a que hay maneras diferentes de enfrentar la enfermedad y resultados diferentes, porque, vamos, afortunadamente aquí todavía no tenemos el problema en bovinos, ni tenemos el problema en cerdos. Entonces, como siempre, hay un dicho en México que dice, cuando veas a tu vecino rasurar, pon tus barbitas a remojar. Y entonces, gracias por darnos la oportunidad de intercambiar experiencias, ¿no? Yo creo que va a ser muy valioso el saber cómo lo han hecho en Estados Unidos y sin duda tener una visión externa de qué es lo que estamos haciendo. Miren, yo creo que no es un acto triunfalista, sino que en un mundo de científicos, como somos todos los que estamos aquí, debe haber explicaciones de peso que justifiquen por qué el comportamiento diferente a últimas fechas de la enfermedad en los Estados Unidos respecto a estas nuevas especies afectadas y la cantidad de brotes que hemos tenido, ¿no? Lamentablemente el último año ustedes tuvieron una cantidad de brotes y hubo la necesidad de sacrificar un buen número de aves en los Estados Unidos. Nosotros, como dice mi amigo Armando García, contamos con la Virgen de Guadalupe y ese es un dicho que yo siempre he dicho, que sin duda su manto nos protege porque, bueno, hemos tenido muchos éxitos en salud animal que sin duda la Virgen de Guadalupe nos ha ayudado, ¿no? La erradicación de la hemorrágica viral de los conejos en su primera versión, tantas cosas. Y este año estamos sorprendidos que nosotros tuvimos 2 brotes en 2 granjas y hubo cerca de 150,000 aves que tuvimos que sacrificar. Debe de ser motivo de estudio y estudio de los que estamos aquí para que expliquemos qué es lo que está pasando. Yo sé que las condiciones ecológicas de México y de América del centro de los Estados Unidos para el norte son otro mundo, ¿no? La mejor demostración es que del centro de los Estados Unidos para arriba existen casi todas las hemaglutininas presentes y todas las neuraminidasas, y nosotros tenemos puntualmente algunos virus. Sin duda, el factor ecológico de que no estamos en un nicho ecológico de influenza hace diferentes las condiciones, pero creo que es una oportunidad de que aprovechando su amplísima experiencia y la experiencia que tenemos nosotros, encontremos explicaciones que nos pueden servir a ambas partes. Entonces, les agradecemos infinito la presencia, no en sí la colaboración, porque la colaboración es algo que se ha dado naturalmente y que durante muchísimos años México y Estados Unidos han tenido esta colaboración gracias a la Comisión de Lactosa, en un principio, comisión que estamos a punto de ir a Washington para renovar votos y funciones en beneficio de ambos países. Y en todo el tiempo siempre hemos tenido este intercambio y algo que yo creo que no debemos de perder de vista. Todos aquí somos copartícipes de pensar que las enfermedades no tienen fronteras. Y no solo no tienen fronteras geopolíticas, sino que hay condiciones geopolíticas y económicas que inducen a que somos una unidad sanitaria. Los tres países, los que constituimos el TEMEC, debemos aspirar algún día a tener el mismo estatus en todo nuestro territorio, ¿no? Y este es yo creo que un buen ejemplo de lo que se puede hacer en cuanto a colaboración y que tenemos mucha experiencia. Entonces, saquemos de jugo a estas buenas relaciones que tenemos y de veras bienvenidos a esta reunión que valoramos muchísimo y espero que tengamos los frutos que esperamos. Yo no sé si alguien de la misión americana quisiera utilizar, por favor, Cristóbal.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Primero que nada, quiero agradecer a Senacica la amplia participación y hospedarnos el día de hoy aquí en su casa. Este tema de la reunión que nos ocupa el día de hoy es muy importante porque estamos viendo un cambio significativo en la epidemiología de influenza aviar. No solamente en que este virus de alta patogenicidad afecta a aves silvestres, pero también afecta a un gran número de especies que anteriormente no se veían afectadas. Entonces, en Estados Unidos durante los últimos años hemos visto el brote más costoso de la historia de la salud animal en el mundo posiblemente. Entonces es importante compartir la experiencia y en este sentido quiero agradecer a USAPIC por ayudarnos a poder compartir esta experiencia y obviamente también quiero agradecer al Dr. Egni y al doctor Clifford por venir a México para poder hablar y compartir con ustedes de toda esta experiencia que se ha acumulado en los últimos años en los Estados Unidos. Y finalmente, también entiendo que el doctor Clifford, hacia el final de esta sesión, va a hablar del tema de la vacunación. Creo que es un tema de suma importancia porque debemos empezar a pensar desde mi perspectiva personal de una manera distinta sobre cómo estamos abordando el control y la erradicación de influenza aviar. Con eso, solamente reiterar el agradecimiento a todas las partes involucradas, a María Romano, que nos ayudó en la coordinación de este evento, a USAPIC nuevamente, y desde luego a ustedes, Senacica, con quienes compartimos diariamente nuestra labor. Bueno, muchas gracias y con eso quizás podemos empezar.
Creo que ya estamos listos para empezar. Yo también quiero agradecer que nos den esta oportunidad de estar aquí compartiendo la información y nada más invitarlos a que hagan todas las preguntas que quieran para que todo quede clarísimo, para que todos al final estemos como con la misma información y nos llevemos una buena fuente de información de esta sesión. Creo que tenemos gente en Zoom. Nada más para recordarles que la traducción está disponible en el mundito que está abajo para que puedan irse ya sea a español o a inglés. Entonces todo está también en línea. Ya estamos listos.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Dr. Fidel Sekngi. A lot of people call me Fidel. There's been, and I choose the word Fidel to be what you call me because it's a very popular name in Spanish and French, correct? So if you go into the dictionary, you will see what Fidel means, correct? Do you know what the meaning of Fidel is? Faithful, very faithful. So I'm going to be very faithful with you all today, okay? To take this opportunity, coming here to Mexico to try to present to you a lot of our experiences in the United States. Sometimes I talk and I get passionate and I start talking fast. I've told the translators to just put their hands up and say, Fidel, slow down, slow down. Okay, so if you see me talking fast, please do this to me sometimes, all right? Because sometimes I kind of forget I'm in my element and I totally forget that I'm speaking very fast. What I want to share again today is that the relationship of United States and Mexico goes so far. And, I remember when I joined APHIS in 2004, I came here to Mexico when we started the avian influenza program. And the war just came up with a new chapter. And we had to meet here to kind of discuss with each other what that chapter was going to pertain and what we all need to do. All right. And that was when Texas had a high path, if you guys remember 2004 in the wet markets, and Mexico banned almost 60 counties. And it was crazy because that was the first time that those things happened. And we had to come and explain basically what we're doing so that there's better understanding on what science can tell us and what science cannot tell us. What I'm going to be presenting to you here today, I have 3 presentations. The first presentation is to go back and look at where we started as United States, looking at when WOA came up with the new avian influenza chapter in 2004, 2005, and how we developed an AI surveillance program in our commercial industry. And the reason I want to start with that presentation, because that is the key for us, United States, when we decided that we were going to design an avian influenza surveillance program, because we knew that if we have a program like that, it will keep us ahead. We will be finding AI, and this is the low pathogenicity H5H7 surveillance program. It will keep us ahead in looking for AI and taking care of AI than for it to surprise us. Okay. The second presentation will be from what you guys requested, the lessons that we learned from the largest disease outbreak in any commodity in the history of the United States at that time in 2014 and 15, which was the high part events that we went through. I will share with you everything we learned from that, because it's from that experience that has helped us to manage what we're managing now in the 2022-2024 outbreak. So I will share that. The next presentation, the last one, is going to take, there was a question that they gave me that you wanted to know how we handle different flocks. So that presentation is going to take part of how we do things during an outbreak, and then break it down on how we manage commercial poultry, backyard poultry, non-poultry flocks, so that you can understand how we go in doing that. Okay, so those are the 3 presentations, and then Dr. Clifford will come at the end to talk about vaccine. We got the agenda going? Okay, so let's move along. So this first presentation will cover the overview of the U.S. National Poultry Improvement Plan. And you guys have heard that word a lot. It's called the National Poultry Improvement Plan, not the National Poultry Improvement Program. It's a plan, okay? And what I'm going to share with you is how that program was developed, the preparedness, the indemnification, the compensation in our commercial poultry industry. So everything I'm going to talk here today a lot is going to focus on our commercial poultry industry, because that's what involves trade, all right? So that's what I'm going to cover. So I would share with you, what authorities do we have as a government agency to do a program like this, okay? I will share with you, introducing you to the NPIP, the objectives of the NPIP, who's supposed to participate in the NPIP, who administers the NPIP. I will look at the federal regulation and the tests that we use for this program. We call them official tests, which means nobody can just go anywhere and pick up a test for this program. It has to be an official test that has been approved and is in the regulation. I will share with you the labs that can do this test. So not any lab can just sit out there and do the test to make money. Okay, this lab has to be approved by us, the federal government. Okay, so I'll share with you some of those labs. And then we'll talk about the control program itself, and then the primary breeder program, and then the diagnostics. I'm just going to go through that one fast to show you all the tests that we use. And then we'll talk about the preparedness. The one thing we learn is that our states have to prepare every day. so that when you have your first outbreak, you're not chasing the disease, correct? You already know what you're supposed to do. So it's extremely important. So we have something we call the initial state response and containment plan that every state has to develop. And APHIS has to approve that. So when they have an outbreak, they're not sitting there and saying, oh, how do we depopulate these premises? No, you're supposed to have known exactly how you depopulate that premises, okay? I will work with you on the funding. So nothing can work without money from Congress. So I'll show you the amount that they give us every year for this program. And then indemnity and compensation. Again, that's been a cloud for producers to participate in the program. And then we'll summarize and then look at our stakeholder support. So let's move on. This is some of the authority that we have as an agency to run this program. The Animal Health Protection Act enables the Secretary of Agriculture, that will be a Minister of Agriculture in some countries, to prevent, detect, and control and eradicate diseases and pests in animals. So that authority has been given by government for the Secretary of Agriculture to be able to do that. Title 9 of the Code of Federal Regulation looking at the pointer. Which one is the pointer? The red? No, that's not the one. You don't have a pointer? Give me. Okay. So what I was talking about again is the 9 Code of Federal Regulation, okay. And then the Agricultural Biotourism Act. So after 9/11, okay, the authority came again from the government where it provides the United States an authority to prevent and prepare for and respond to biotourism or public health emergency. There was a lot of scare after 9/11 that somebody can take the high pathogenicity event influenza and go to Alaska and put it in birds. And then before you realize, those birds are flying back to the United States and to all of us, in the Americas, and then just pollute the whole surveillance system. And then the disease is spread so much that we cannot contain. I'm telling you, people were thinking outside of the box. I might say it now, you think is something crazy, but you have to think outside of the box on what can bioterrorism do. Okay, so that authority came from that act, presidential directive. We also have state authorities. So in the United States, the 50 states we have and territories, they have their own mandate also, and the authority that they give to their state veterinarian in terms of preventing and controlling diseases. Then there's the authority for the National Poultry Improvement Plan that came out in 1994, the U.S. Department of Agriculture Organic Act that gives the authority for what the NPIP does today. Specifically, when you look at our regulation, the NPIP covers Part 56, 145, 146, 147, and the program standards on the 9 Code of Federal Regulation. So if you go on the internet and you Google the NPIP, you will see everything, okay? And then the USDA, APHIS, is responsible for the federal coordination of this program. So let me introduce you to the NPIP. And this is just, I can stand all day here and just to talk about NPIP, I can talk for 3 hours. Okay, so I'm just summarize basically what the NPIP is. So let me just introduce you. So it is a voluntary partnership between the poultry industry, state, and the federal government, all right? Poultry producers have worked with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, APHIS, all right? And with poultry federations in the state, poultry association, the industry, to significantly reduce poultry disease in the United States. I will tell you that the success of the poultry industry in the United States is because of the NPIP. Without the NPIP, I don't know where our poultry industry will be today. For somebody like me who came in later in his career or even came in to understand what the NPIP, I tell people this story. Fidel came to the United States. I'm originally from Cameroon. I'm looking at you guys now, you know. Did we beat you guys or you beat us? I don't remember. You know, in soccer, you remember football, right? You can't remember that, right? Okay, so basically, when I came to the United States as a young immigrant and I went to vet school, my major professor took me to the first biannual MPIP meeting. Picture this. Fidel is sitting in this meeting, trying to understand how come these companies come here. They discuss their issues, they're competitors, huge competitors, spicy competitors, and they're coming up with solutions that better all of them. That is strange to me from the culture that I came from. So I'm watching it, I'm like, this is different. I look at my major professor, I was supposed to make a decision on really what I need to do with my veterinary career. And he was trying to convince me that go to chains because one, they're small. Two, they're not going to kill you. Like people who work with horses or cattle, okay, or wildlife. And then number three, everybody eats chicken, correct? Every religion, whether you're Hindi, Baha'i, Muslims, Christians, everybody eats chicken. So when he told me that, and I looked at this meeting, I told myself, oh my God, this is the profession that I'm going to choose. And that's how I got interested in what I'm doing today for the past probably 30 years. Okay, so that's how it started for me. And so when you look at it, it was that meeting for me. Okay, so if you notice, producer participation facilitates. So how do we convince producers to participate in this program? Because if you participate in this program, it helps you in your domestic trade of poultry and your international trade of poultry. So every country in the world today, when they look at us and they said, oh, you want to ship us product, do they participate in MPIP? Because we have everything that you need to follow for them to be confident that if they are a participant for MPIP, then they meet all these different surveillance requirements and regulations. Extremely important. In addition, our commercial industry also maintained surveillance programs, statistical daily records that help us to monitor what is happening to disease situation. So, what is the objective of the MPIP? It provides a cooperative industry, state, federal program through which new diagnostic technology. So what does that mean? The MPIP success is due to new technology. So if I go back in my days, almost 30 years ago, we used to do a lot of culturing of things. And then all of a sudden, RT-PCR came, am I right? Molecular diagnostic came. MPIP incorporates that. So MPIP always goes with the technology. If something comes up tomorrow that is better than the previous one, MPI will take that and validate that. Okay, so that's extremely important. I always joke to folks that when you think about RT-PCR, do you know when RT-PCR became popular? Do you guys remember? O.J. Simpson. Remember the O.J. Simpson case? See, a lot of people didn't realize that there was a test that was the RT-PCR test, okay, that scientists had been using. When the O.J. Simpson case came up, guess what was the test that they were looking at? It was his blood there? Is that his blood? Is that his this? It was RT-PCR. It's for you guys to remember that. It came again from the veterinary side of things. So look at COVID. So I would say that when you think about it, what we veterinarians have done in terms of diagnostics and science is extremely, extremely important. I remind people that when COVID came, it was the veterinary diagnostic labs in many countries, including the United States, that were doing the COVID testing first because they already had a platform, the thermocyclers all over the country doing testing before the human side became prepared. I just want you guys to realize they don't give us a lot of kudos doing that, but the veterinarians were prepared. All right. So my joke is that if they gave us COVID today, they're giving us veterinarians to take care of it, we would have put back the country to work so fast, you know, because we're used to monitoring diseases in that kind of a scale. So the MPIP, again, basically, through this relationship with the industry, the state and the federal government, they examine the health status of all commercial flocks through monitoring primary breeding and multiplier breeding flocks. So when you think about it, the MPIP works with our primary breeders, and I'm going to explain that to you, and our multiplier breeders. That's where everything starts. before you getting down to the chicks. All right. So that's where everything is done for the MPIP. And then this one is the one that is amazing. They established regulatory standards in sample collection, diagnostic tests performed, and laboratory protocols for conducting these tests. Can you believe that? Sample collection standards. So in that standard, you cannot sit and say, oh, I'm going to collect 2 blood samples per test. No, the MPIP comes up with how many samples you have to collect based on risk analysis, sensitivity, and specificity of the test, correct? And then they factor in also what I would call the economics, because sometimes when epidemiologists want to design surveillance, if they design surveillance without looking at economics, there's no way they can do it because there's nobody who has money to pay for that. Okay, so they come up with what is a standard that still will give them a confidence that they can find one infection in certain number of samples that they collect. Okay, the MPIP does that. So you cannot just come up with that on your own. Okay, so this is something that is based on science. Okay, it's not based on chances. Okay, so the MPIP again provides the provisions establish standards for the evaluation of poultry with respect of these diseases: Salmonella, Mycoplasma, avian influenza. Guess what? These 2 diseases are vertically transmitted and hatchery disseminated because it starts with the primary breeders. All right. AI is not a vertically transmitted disease. But the reason avian influenza was put under the MPIP was because that umbrella already existed. So it was easy to put that disease program under the MPIP. There was a debate not to put it under the MPIP, but the delegates went and met at the meeting and they voted that they wanted it under the MPIP. Okay, so I just want folks to realize the MPIP takes care of diseases that are vertically transmitted, that is from the parents to the chicks. All right, avian influenza is not a vertically transmitted disease, so remember that. So who can participate? In the United States, anybody who owns poultry can participate in the MPIP. Okay, so it's not just the commercial industry that does. We have small specific breeders that also participate in MPIP that have unique breeds, you know, that they produce those fancy kind of birds, all right, that they go to shows and exhibitions. They participate in MPIP, all right? You can only purchase flocks from MPIP flocks, okay? You follow sanitation procedures, and then we have forms that we track the selling, selecting, and testing of birds. The 9-2, those are all government forms. 9-3 is hatchery inspection. 9-4 is the summary of breeding slaughter plants and commercial flocks. 9-3 is basically the purchasing and sales of eggs and birds. So we have all these forms that are developed by government that you have to use that helps us specifically on tracing diseases. And the minimum requirement for any state or any participant is that you have to be cholera typhoid clean. So in the United States, the one regulation and requirement for every state for you to move poultry. So if I want to move poultry from Maryland to Virginia, the minimum requirement that you must have is that those birds have to be pullorum typhoid clean. Okay, so that's Salmonella pullorum and Salmonella gallinatum. So I'm not going to expand on that because this is more of an avian influenza talk. Just wanted to show you some of the forms that we use. This is a 9-3. If you see, this form has 4 different colors. So the shipper gets one color, the receiver gets a color, the shipping state gets one color, and the receiving state gets a color. I remember when I was in the state and birds were moving, I was in Maryland. I used to be the acting state veterinarian and the assistant state veterinarian for the state of Maryland for between 2000 and 2004. And I used to receive a lot of hatching eggs from North Carolina. And so when they send me those hatching eggs from North Carolina, 2 million a day, I will receive this form. And this is where then I know what came in, so that if there's a disease situation, I can trace it back from when they came in from the state of North Carolina. So what percentage do we have that participate? When you think about it, our primary breeders, 100% of our primary breeders participate in the MPIP. Okay, 100%. because the program was designed based on their participation. So over the years, the poultry industry in the world has kind of consolidated. So that's why I put some of all these names there. AVIAR, if you remember, we used to have Ross, Breeders, Hubbard, Harbour Acres, Indian River. Now it's all under AVIAR. Cobb used to be Avian, Sasso, Hybro, now under Cobb. Egg-type chickens, Highland. Turkeys, Nicholas. These were meat-type chickens, okay? So all those primary breeders, 100% of them participate in the MPIP. They cannot move or sell their hatching eggs and day old chicks to all the countries in the world without being an MPIP participant, okay? 99% of the commercial poultry industry participate. We have about 7,000 registered participants on the hobbies. Those guys that I told you have all those little tiny different unique breeds, okay? Almost 7,000 of them. And then we have about 100 university private industry biological labs that basically are part of the NPIP authorized lab system. So most of this lab, all they do is testing for the poultry industry. And then the one lab that oversees some of this is the NVSL, our National Veterinary Service Laboratory. We have 51 official state authority agencies. Puerto Rico is the one territory, and 50 states all participate in the NPIP. This is the beauty that I want to share with you. So when you think about it, who administers the NPIP? The NPIP has what is called the General Conference Committee. That General Conference Committee basically has huge mandate for them. They're the ones who sit and have direct input to the Minister of Agriculture, the Secretary of Agriculture for matters pertaining to poultry health. Okay, very unique. There is no other animal commodity in the United States that has this type of a setting. None. They have tried. I think the swine program is trying not to have this kind of input, right? On how do you impact government in making changes for your industry. So we have 6 elected members for 6 regions and 1 elected member. This 1 elected member has to be an industry member. And I will share with you why. So we have North Atlantic, South Central, East, North Central, West, North, and Central and Western. These are the 6 regions. So if you notice the GCC, these are them right here. I used to be a member of the GCC when I was with the state of Maryland from 2000 to 2004. Okay, so they have 7 members. Why did you think they have 7 members? This is how smart these folks were. You remember this, the NPIP started way back in 1935. Okay, 1935. We're almost getting to our 90-year anniversary, correct? So why do you think they wanted 7 members? I help you out. You will always have a vote. All right? It's an odd number. It's an odd number. When you vote, you always have a vote. So things are not sitting in there and wasting time. All right? And then guess what? One of those members has to be an industry member. You see that now? So if these 6 guys are debating and arguing and things are not moving well, and the industry member looks at it and says, ha, we got to move forward, he will cast that vote. That's how smart these guys were, okay, to create something like this, all right? The next thing, again, that the NPIP has is the technical committee. People have always asked, how do they come up in putting the regulations together and all that? The technical committee has experts in every aspect of the poultry industry. There are 25 members usually, and they are appointed by the senior coordinator of the NPIP. Right now is a colleague of mine called Dr. Elena Benke, and they are appointed to do the work, right? You have people from the egg industry, from the university, allied industry, researchers, you name it. Every scientist is involved in here. Okay, people from the NOR labs, okay, people from other laboratories, people from APHIS itself, all right? Because in everything that they vote for, the technical committee has to look into it. So for example, if they make a change and they say, oh, we want to propose how many birds do we sample from waterfowl for avian influenza? A scientist might come and say, oh, we should sample 20. Another one will come and say, no, from our studies, we should sample 35. The technical committee will meet and they will evaluate that, and then they will come up with what is appropriate in science, and they will present it to the delegates at the meeting to say, this is what the technical community thinks. The delegates will listen to it, and then they will vote to say yeah or no. I mean, yes or no. Do you see how it works? So the technical committee is the one that looks at all the proposed changes on the scientific merit, and then share with the delegates that are coming from the 50 states and territories to vote on. Extremely important. So we do have a subcommittee for mycoplasma, salmonella, avian influenza. All right. So they discuss proposed changes and the biennial conference. So we have one that is coming on August 26th through the 30th. Okay, it's going to be in Rhode Island. Any of you are invited to come and see how that goes. This meeting is very intense. They use Robert rules to do everything. You know, second, no, I don't second, you declined it. I mean, that's what they use. And there's serious voting. Okay, so anybody who comes to this meeting has a plaque. They know who's registered for each section, whether it's poultry, whether it's chickens, turkeys, upland game birds, waterfowl, backyard poultry. They come in there and they discuss their issues and come to a consensus on exactly how they want things to be implemented. Okay, so that's the technical committee. These are the provisions. So these are some of the things that are produced from that meeting in joint cooperation between the industry, the state, and the federal government. Okay, so the beauty of all this is when that meeting goes through and the regulatory language comes out and is put for comments, the poultry industry in the United States, when we put things out for comments, we don't really get a lot because they come from this type of discussion. Everybody participated for that to come. So what do I share with you as colleagues working for government? This is the first wisdom I'll share with you for the young time that I've lived in this world. We all are government regulators. The mistake we make a lot of time is we think we can sit in a cubicle, you know, in a big chair, and we come out with something that we write. They must do this. They must do this. We don't even think of how is that going to be implemented out there. What we have learned is that when you do that, you're not going to be successful. Okay, you have to take your issues and go discuss with your industry, discuss with everybody to see that everybody buys to it. Everybody understands that this is what we need to do to provide the safety of our poultry and poultry products for it to be successful. Because if you don't get that buy-in, they're not going to implement it. Okay, that's just what we've learned. So that's where the NPIP comes in. They help us to do that as government. Remember, we government, we have the authority to decline, to decide whether what they propose, we can put it into regulation or no. And I'll give you one example. Every time, like with the avian influenza program, that has an indemnity into it, they will always want us to pay for downtime. You know what downtime is, all right? So when you have an infected premises, you go in there and you depopulate the birds. It comes a time when there are no birds on the farm. It might take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. For a table egg industry, it might take 18 months, 2 years. They're not in production. So how does that producer make money? They always want us to pay for that time. But the federal government has a law that they don't pay for downtime. Right now, there's a congressman that wants that to happen. Okay, but for the history of the NPIP or for animal commodities, the government does not pay for downtime. Does that prevent the industry from keep asking that? No, they keep asking, you know, and we'll always say no. Okay, because that is in the government regulation. We don't pay for downtime. Okay. These are my colleagues. I always like to point to them. For the first time, for quite a long time, I've been with APHIS now for 20 years, and we've never had a full staff. So these are my colleagues that work with me, okay, to administer the poultry programs in the United States. They function strictly with the NPIP. I am the national coordinator of the live market system program in the entire United States. Okay, that's my primary responsibility. Okay, so we now have a full staff. So Dr. Katie Bourdain, she takes care of the laboratories of the NPIP. Program analysts, they help Dr. Bourdain, Elena Benke, Dr. Elena Benke, Dr. Savannah Busby, Penny, and Tommy help them to do their job, right? Dr. Elena Benke is the senior coordinator. I always joke with her. I said, your position is in the regulation. Nobody can fire you. I always tell her that. Her position is in the regulation as the senior coordinator of the MPIP. So she coordinates the program. So she has a big job coming in next 2 weeks to run that meeting. It's a very difficult meeting to run sometimes. And then Dr. Savannah Busby, on our compartmentalization program, she is the coordinator. So those are my colleagues that kind of manage the MPIP program. So moving along into the surveillance program, we always pride ourselves in the United States that we have a robust avian influenza surveillance program in the United States. And this is why. When WOA, so I use the word now WOA, which is the World Organization of Animal Health, founded as OIE in 1924, correct? So the word, when they were coming with an avian influenza chapter, we as a member country, we saw what they were coming with. And we told ourselves, we said, the industry saw that and they came to government. I shared this with every other country. It is the industry that came to government that we need a program for AI. They did not sit there and wait for the first AI to come hit them and then they're struggling for how government is going to do things. No, they came to government and said, we want you to develop a surveillance program for AI. And I was there from the beginning. I was with the state at that time, and that's how it started with us. So we have a robust program that looks at 4 key provisions. 56 cover indemnity, 145 covers the breeders, 146 covers the commercial poultry, 147 and program standards cover how we do our diagnostics. Okay. We have an active surveillance. This is usually organized random, but targeted testing, meat-type chickens, meat-type turkeys, table leg layers, commercial waterfowl, upland game bird. We have a passive surveillance component, and I'll walk you through all that. And we have this initial state response and containment plan that supports our depopulation of infected flocks, protect industry from widespread outbreaks, and decrease risks of zoonotic diseases. And then the new one that was added at the end was the avian influenza primary breeding program for our compartment, for our primary breeders on the meat-type birds, and then for turkeys. So when you think about it, when we were thinking about putting this program together, and I'd like to share things with you, my colleagues, you know how we government are. The industry came to us and said they want a program. Government doesn't work fast. Government is always slow, okay? In every government in the world, I just want you all to know that. And so guess what? The people that were going to be affected the most were the primary breeders, because every country now was demanding, oh, you want to move hatching eggs to me, you want to move the day-old chicks to me, you need to prove to me that they are not positive for AI. So when you think about it, our primary breeder, they got into an avian influenza clean program since 1998. They did not wait for government. They started a program on their own before they came and be incorporated into the program when they became, okay, yeah. Thanks. When it became effective in 2004, 2006, all right? So basically, you will see where our primary breeders got into the avian clean program. So let me differentiate with you the avian clean program and the MPIP H5H7 avian influenza clean program. So if you notice, the avian clean program is for egg type primary and multiplier breeders, meat type and multiplier breeders, and ostriches, rear emus breeders. For the H5, the turkeys and waterfowl. You know the difference? This looks at H1 through H16. Okay. This one, because we vaccinate turkey breeders for H1s and H3 swine lineage viruses, there's no way your turkey breeders can be surveyed to have a clean, because to be clean, you got to be clean for H1 through H16. So they cannot be clean for H1s and H3s because they get vaccinated for H1s and H3s. So I want you to understand also that the primary breeders decided to do an avian influenza clean program. That's not a requirement of war. They took it upon themselves that they did not want any country to be bothering them. Okay, you should remember, war focuses on H5 and H7. For the past 70 years plus, those two serotypes have only been the serotype that have the potential to mutate to a high path. Not H1, not H3, not H9, but the primary breeders took to them that they were going to do an avian influenza clean program for the egg-type chickens and the meat-type chickens. And the turkeys said they were going to do an H5, H7. So you see the difference, all right? And then the commercial industry came in 2006. Remember now, they've been asking for the federal government since 1994 that they wanted a program. Look how long it took for them to really have a full program, okay? Do you know why this? See, I came to APHIS in 2004, all right? And the first one that was quickly established was the live bird market system avian influenza program. That was straightforward. The commercial folks were waiting to fully implement in 2006. Do you know why? They wanted the federal government to tell them what they were going to pay for indemnity and compensation, because that was the huge, huge carrot to the program. So if my birds are positive and you come in to kill them and then depopulate them, who's going to pay me for that? So they sat and basically wanted to know what the government was going to provide. They never dreamt what the government gave them. Remember, we just came out with a huge outbreak in Virginia in 2002, where we had 197 premises. There was a low part H7N2. We killed 4 million birds. Do you know what we did not have a program. I just want everybody to remember this. No program, okay? The federal government went in there and took the birds. There is a law in the United States that if you go and take something like that, you got to pay them. Do you know what the federal government started paying them? 50%. Guess what the industry do? I'm sharing this because you all are regulators like me, okay? Just to give you certain things to learn from. The federal government gave them 50%. The industry sued the federal government. That 50% is not enough for what we're losing. The federal government went back and gave them 75%. Okay? In that instance, they were developing the program. So when they were developing the program, and I remember sitting in those meetings, and they said, what should we ask? And some of them said, let's ask for 100. I'm just telling you something. Say, let's ask for 100 and see what happens. Guess what? They asked for 100. Guess what the government gave them? 100%. So if they have sat there, they're not proactive, and they say, oh, let's go for 80. Oh, let's go for 85. They might have had 80. But they asked for 100 because they knew that the least they could get was the 75% that they already gave them for the 2002 outbreak. So in the United States, the federal government pays 100% fair market value of that bird that you came and killed to depopulate it, to prevent the spread of the disease. Okay? We call that indemnity and compensation. So guess what? The word indemnity, in the United States, we used to say indemnity, and the indemnity used to cover everything. And then I remember Fidel used to go around the world talking about indemnity, and then I started realizing that, no, when you go look at the English word of what indemnity is, indemnity does not involve compensation, but we were incorporated it as it involves everything. You know us again, how we try to change English when English is not really a basic original language. And so we came back and we corrected that. So we break it down now to indemnity and compensation. So the indemnity pays for the destruction of the birds and eggs, and compensation pays for the depopulation, the disposal, and the cleaning and disinfection, because that's really what it means. Does that make sense? So you will see the regulation now breaks them into a part. Okay, this one, I'm not going to waste a lot of time going through this, because this presentation, guess what? You can have a copy. Okay, that's our transparency. They can give everybody. So I put a lot of information on my presentation, so it's a reference to you. So you can take it instead of going to our website and finding where it is. Fidel has given it to you. So I need a tip from all of you, okay? Because I've done that, all right? So to cover this is what we do. So for the avian influenza LPAI clean program for egg and meat type chickens, we're looking at the primary parent and multiplier breeding flocks, right? How do you qualify? You have to test 30 birds negative after 4 months of age. How do you retain that classification? You test every 90 days, and then you have to test them 21 days to slaughter. Guess what? We have the biannual conference that is coming up at the end of this month. Do you know where these 21 days came from? who can remember? That was the incubation period according to WOA, the OIE. And when they met in 2021 and they came up with the new update of the chapter, they changed that 21 days to what? 14 days. And I remember going back and asking them, where did you come up with these 21 days that has been there for almost 20 years? Oh, we just picked it, we triple it. Okay, so when you look at the incubation period of avian influenza, especially high PAD, it can go from minutes to hours to days to 7 days to 14 days. But what the literature has in general for all the research that people have done a lot is 14 days. And that's a flock incubation period. Okay, that's not a single bird. Okay, so the new incubation period now is 14 days. So guess what? We will go in and change the entire regulation to reflect 14 days on this. Make sense? So I'm just putting in there so when you see that down the road, you understand what it is. Okay? All right. The next one. This is for turkeys. Again, a minimum of 30 birds, 4 months of age, you retain classification, you test every 90 days. Then 6 birds must test negative within 21 days to slaughter. People will say 6 birds, what did you come up with that number? That's an EPI number that came up looking at sample collection. For turkeys, remember, picture this. Turkeys don't have a lot of birds on each house. When you look at the tom, which is the male turkey, it's big, all right? An average one tom is like 50 pounds. You're not going to go there and kill 30 birds that are 50 pounds. Okay, so the way the regulation was written was these sick birds must be sick birds that you pick to test. If that virus is there, the sensitivity enough will pick that virus. Okay, so that's the science and the economics that is applied to the certification of products under the MPIP. Okay, just to share that, because people always ask that question, why 6 and the other ones were 30? Okay, all right. For game birds, again, they do 30 birds, then they test 180 days, and every 90 days, okay, and then 21 days to slaughter. On the monitor side of the program, see, the monitor side of the program now deal what I just shared with you previously for the primary breeders and multiplier breeders. For the monitor side of the program now, it deals with the birds that are producing the eggs that you and I eat, the birds that are producing the meat that you and I eat, all right? So we do have it for meat-type chickens, broilers, roasters, Cornish, meat-type turkeys, table eggs, and commercial waterfowl and upland game birds. Just to share with you, when we use the word upland game birds in the United States, basically game birds, we're talking about quail, partridges, chocos, pheasants, the birds that we raise sometimes for meat or eggs. Remember, we raise quail eggs, we raise waterfowl eggs, balut eggs, salted eggs that the Asian community likes to eat. Those are the birds we're talking about. And then the upland game birds also are birds that we raise for what? Hunting, which is a culture of Mexico, the Americas. Okay, we hunt in this continent like crazy. Okay, some other countries think we're crazy. Try to grow birds just to go shoot them. Okay, my joke, I always joke on, again, Fidel coming in as an immigrant in America. When I went to vet school, I had my classmates. They would say, oh, we'll go hunting. What do you guys mean by hunting? So I said, okay, let me go follow them to see what they mean by hunting. All right? So I dressed up. This is November, very cold. I come from a tropical climate. I was so hot, trying to be cold. They took me out, and I'm seeing them climbing on trees, sitting on trees. They have their beer on the side that they're drinking, and they have their gun waiting for that one deer that is going to go by. And I'm asking them, this is what you call hunting? I say, if you want to hunt, let me take you to Africa, okay? And let's go hunt. That's what they call hunting. So you're hunting somebody else is hunting you. So I told them, don't tell me this is hunting. This is all you guys just going out there and drinking your beer and trying to kill a deer, So I just like to share that story sometimes to say that, we have to look things in perspective. On the commercial meat-type chickens, again, in the United States, every flock that goes to processing, they gotta test negative for AI. Okay, the same thing with turkeys. Okay, they gotta test negative for AI. All right, for table eggs, we have 3 times that we can test a table egg flock. All right? Remember, when table eggs are grown like pullets and you're moving them to the lay house, that's the one time that you want to handle them. When they get to the lay house, you don't want to handle them again because they might stop laying, correct? So the time that they're growing in the pullet, you can test them. The time that you're moving them into the layout, you can test them. And then the time that they're going out for processing, remember, we can process spin hens. There are two types of spin hens. Remember that. The one that are coming from the table egg industry and the one that are coming from the breeders, all right? The one that are coming from the table industry, they don't have meat in them. But guess what? A lot of cultures like this type of birds. They're strong to the bone, right? You can cook them. The meat doesn't come out of that bone because they're older, strong. So not a lot of meat. The primary breeders that lay fertilized eggs, they have a little bit of meat in them, right? So if you come to the United States, you go to the grocery stores and you see fowl, okay? The fowl really is either coming out from the table egg birds or they're coming from the primary breeder birds. Make sense, right? So that's the options that we have in testing them. Race for release, again, 30 birds are tested and every 90 days to retain classification. Passive surveillance. I want to share this. In my life, I've been fortunate that I've gotten exposure in so many different things that make me who I am today in my profession. I used to be a laboratory director. So when it comes to diagnostics, you and I can talk about diagnostics. And in my laboratory, 90% of my clients were feathered animals, 10% with any other species. I even did zoos. I mean, I took care of the zoo in Salisbury, Maryland. Every animal that died in that zoo, they brought it to me. I saw things that I never learned in vet school, that I had to find out what killed it. All right. So for me, when I was at the lab, guess when do I really find things? Was it from active surveillance or passive surveillance? Passive surveillance. Because they bring you things to the lab and they say, oh, Dr. Hengi, they stopped drinking water. Stop drinking water. And then you go in there, you start working the case, you realize, oh my God, they had infectious bronchitis, correct? That prevent them from drinking that water because they don't have strength. So passive surveillance to me is what sometimes we don't capture a lot. But passive surveillance is what tells you a lot what is going on. It is our passive surveillance in the United States that has helped us on all those backyard findings that you see has overwhelmed this outbreak of 2022, 2024, because we educated people a lot to say, hey, if you see your bird dying, call us. If you woke up in the morning to go pick your eggs and you notice that, oh my God, a lot of birds have died more than what they're supposed to, you call us. That's not active surveillance, that's passive surveillance, observational surveillance, correct? So I always say that this is extremely important. So in the United States, the first thing that we made under the regulation is that avian influenza is a reportable disease. When you are a licensed accredited veterinarian in the United States, whether you're working in diagnostics, anywhere that you're working, and you come across cases of avian, you have to report it to the state government or you have to report it to the federal government, okay? All laboratories that are performing tests. So for me, in my lab, if they brought me birds that they said they're not drinking water, they're not eating, I have to rule out AI, which means I have to test for AI. So we do a lot of testing for AI in the United States because of this passive surveillance. Unexplained egg production drops, unexplained mortality, okay? We test for AI. So just to talk on our primary breeders, we included a primary breeder component to the program. And again, there's zones, regions, compartments. You can read that. I don't want to bore you on that. You know a little bit on that. But basically, zoning basically applies to an animal subpopulation, correct? So member countries should recognize the history of low performance regions within a country, all right? Under the right condition, trade can safely move from these zones or from these regions. Extremely important, all right? So zoning is something, or regionalization, because what I use those words, a lot of times now we talk about regionalization, is something that every country has been encouraged to use. And I'll show you some examples, all right? So just wanted to bring that into discussion. And then compartmentalization, basically, I just kind of wanted to talk about it there because we have a compartmentalization program in the United States on our primary breeders, okay? Compartmentalization is not applied to our commercial poultry industry. It's only applied to our primary breeders. They're the only ones that could implement all the factors that is provided by WOA in how do you design a complementation program. It's not easy. Some of those primary breeders spend almost $200 million to get their facilities to be able to implement the compartmentalization program. Just wanted to share that, all right? So what are the key differences? Regionalization is usually a geographical or natural man-made border that you put, and compartmentalization is based on husbandry management and biosecurity. So you can have multiple compartments, and if you look at them all as a component, multiple components to make a compartment, if one of those components breaks with a disease, your entire compartment is not existing anymore, okay? All right. I kept talking about primary breeders, multiplier breeders. So in the commercial poultry industry, this is what all that means. We start with a pedigree selection. Sometimes we have elite birds, pedigrees. And so when you think about it, at this level where we're doing gene selections and all that, we give 1 male to 10 females, all right? Then we move from the pedigrees to the great-grandparent and then to the grandparent stock. That's what we call primary breeders. When we go to the parent stock, which is the multiplier breeders, they're the ones that produces the broilers. I use example here, the broilers that eventually go to processing and consumers. So the chicken you eat today took 5 years to produce. From this process, from the pedigree to you consuming that bird, the genetics took 5 years for that to be developed. So just wanted to give you the differentiation on that, all right? Okay, and I'll make a joke. Yeah, we give 1 male to 10 female, all right? Okay. Who determines fertility? Between a man and a woman, who determines fertility? Is it the woman or the man? The man, okay? So guess what? When we are collecting eggs from a 1 male to 10 females, and we're noticing that those eggs are decreasing in fertility, where do we think the problem is coming from? From that male. In the poultry industry, do you know what that is? We have to go in there, take those males out, and bring younger male, okay? That's how basically production is, if you did not know that, okay? And then when we notice that hatchability, so who determines hatchability? The female, because the female who takes the calcium that they eat to put on the egg for those eggs to come out and they're strong, so they're not twisted, misshaped, soft, is the female that does that. So if hatchability is looked upon as is decreasing, the female have a problem, the diet might be the problem. So I'm just showing you things on what we learn from these processes, okay? So when we see what we eat today in terms of the size of the breast muscle, please, that's not hormones. We do not use hormones in the entire poultry production in the world. Okay, that's genetic selection. Okay, people try to want to destroy an industry that, oh, we just look at how the drumsticks are big. No, we don't. Okay, it's genetic selection. All right. So just definition of a primary breeder consists of companies that breed pedigree stock. Okay, pure lines. They're kept in high level of biosecure farms. Eggs are hatched in special pedigree hatchery, and their progeny then goes to the great-grandparent, then to the grandparent stock. While a primary breeder flock is composed of one or more generations that is maintained for the purpose of establishing continuity and improvement of the pure lines. They do genetic selections a lot. They do crossing, and they might say, we're picking these genes. Oh my God, now we're picking these genes, and that's what they do, okay? Multiply breeding flocks basically are intended to produce the best that eventually will produce the egg and the meat that you eat, okay? Just wanted to show that AVIAR gene was our first primary breeder compartment. Cup was the second one. And you can see Dr. Eric Jensen used to be the chief veterinary officer there for AVIAR gene, very happy, smiling, showing all his 32 teeth, correct? And then Cup was the second. And then what we've done over the years to sell our compartmentalization program, we now have almost 7 countries that have recognized our compartments: Egypt, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Chile, Namibia, Uruguay, Colombia, and we're working with the UK. They just came and did an audit to accept our compartments. Other compartments in the world, South Africa has a compartment for ostriches in their drainages. Brazil has an AI clean broiler complexes, and the UK has a primary breeder compartment for AI and zero Newcastle disease since 2009. So in the testing of all these birds, serological testing is extremely important. And what I just wanted to share with you as our #1 trading partner and to so many other countries that we work with, we have never given anybody AI. Okay. So when I see countries go and place a ban, oh, birds cannot move through the airport. We have never given somebody AI because we ship birds to an airport on a state that has an infection. We've never given anybody AI. So please use the science than just a knee-jerk reaction. Okay. So with time, I just wanted to share this with you in terms of our sample collections. So when you think about it, we collect from gallinaceous birds, we do trachea and oropharyngeal samples, we collect the same premises, the same species, the same sample per root. You can pull those per samples. So when you collect 5 samples from a bird, you want to pull everything that you collect from the trachea. You don't want to mix what you collect from the trachea and you mix it with the cloaca. For waterfowl, we collect cloaca samples and trachea samples. For waterfowl, sometimes we can mix them because the science that has proved that the way waterfowl emits the avian influenza virus, sometimes they're shedding it through their trachea and sometimes they're shedding it through their cloaca. All right. When you mix those two, you increase your chances of finding the virus 25%. Okay. So that's why we do that. So just wanted to show you that. I'm not going to bore you on the testing. So on a serologic testing, everything starts from the labs, the local labs. If you send serology to the local lab, they run AGID or they run ELISAs. If they're positive, if there's negative, you stop. Positive is a presumptive positive, it goes to NVSL. NVSL, our National Veterinary Service Lab, in our avian influenza program, is the only lab that can tell us the type of AI we have. No other lab in the United States can do that. We wanted confirmation from NVSL. That's government, okay? And the industry and the states voted for that. They didn't want to deal with all the complexities in making that call. Is it positive or is it negative? They left it to the federal government to do that, okay? Just want to show you that. On the molecular side of things, it's the same thing. The PCR comes from the local labs. If it's positive, it goes to NVSL for confirmation. And then NVSL does all the other testing. Thank you. Okay? And NVSL will do the whole genome sequence, or they can do the Sanger testing right away. Okay? So, just to give you some insight, AGID is a gold standard for serology, but it doesn't tell you the serotype, right? ELISA, you use it to have a big robotics output that we can do. So commercials will do ELISA first. If they have a positive ELISA, then they confirm with AGID before for serology, all right? I just wanted to share this, that egg yolk. When do you think you can use egg yolk for testing? Table leg birds, all right? You don't want to touch them when they're laying eggs. Quail, they're very small. You can't take a swab to go to swab with live quail. You're going to kill them, all right? So but you can collect their eggs and test them, just as an example, all right? Just wanted to show you some of the sensitivity of the test. So for antigen test, the RT-PCR is a very sensitive test. It's very, very specific. Takes 2 to 3 hours. So this is the most popular test we use today in the whole diagnostic program. When it comes to virus isolation, this is the gold standard. Everything that we get at the end has to go. The virus isolation takes 2 days to 2 weeks. It takes a long time because you have to put it to embryonic chicken eggs, collect them, and things like that. So RT-PCR gives us an indication on how we need to respond. Okay. And again, you see, it takes 30 minutes to extract the RNA, 1 hour to go to RT-PCR, another 1.5 hours for you to serotype them. So you can see why RT-PCR is a test, very expensive test, but we use it a lot during an outbreak. Okay. Then looking at the antigen capture immunoassays, the flu detect is the only one that is out there now in the market. We used to have Binex now. You see the sensitivity is low. You need 3 to 5 logs of virus. So what am I showing you here? When we came up with this test first, people were using it as for routine surveillance. And then we came to figure out that you cannot do that because you needed 3 logs to 5 logs of virus. So some people hated this test and didn't like to use it. And so we had to go change the regulation that you cannot use this test as a routine surveillance. You can only use it for sick birds or dead birds, because if they are sick, it might be it's AI that's making them sick. If they are dead, it might be it's AI that's making them to die. If you go there now and use RT-PCR, you might have a 3 to 5 log of virus, and it might give you an indication that you have AI. Because this is a field test. You can take it to the field. You don't need to take those samples to the lab. Okay? But please do not use this test for routine surveillance, because you're going to miss things. You're going to have false negative, okay, or false positive. So you want to use it for sick or dead birds. And we have it in the regulation for that. Some states don't even approve that test till they figure out what it is. Now, we have 57 labs that do all the testing. This is where they're all located. You can see NVSL is right there. So why did we build this up? I was just telling Dr. Clifford during his time when he was at CVO for 12 years, he developed this. And right now, when we started this program way back, the government didn't give a lot of funding on this. With all the outbreak that we've had, the government has come to understand the importance of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network. And guess what? That program now receives a line item from government every year because they come to see the importance. So I just show you one importance. If this state right here, Albuquerque has AI, and that lab is overwhelmed, this lab that is close to Albuquerque right here will go here to help this lab. So they can move samples to these 2 labs to make sure that they meet the requirement of the testing that is required. So this laboratory network has been very instrumental in our success. Again, MVSL is what tells us whether something is positive or negative. Right here is the surveillance historically that we've done. I started from 2014. This is the surveillance that we do under our cooperative agreement. The money we give the states to run AI diagnostics. I didn't even capture what they do on their own. That doesn't come from our funding. What the industry sometimes do on their own, that doesn't come from our funding. This is what we can attest to because we give them this funding on telling us what they have done. Okay, so you could see where in 2015, it went really up because we started this outbreak in December. You could see again in 2022, you see how it went up. So we average, just on the commercial side of things, about 2 million tests a year. If you add the other ones, it's almost about 3 million tests. So we're still in the 3rd quarter of 2024. So that's what we've done. And remember, this is a test. One test can be 1 swab, 5 birds, or 11 birds. Does that make sense? Okay, just want you to know that. Okay. When we have a premises that is positive for the commercial side, we will quarantine that premises, we will check the birds that we're supposed to pay for that have not died. We'll put records out there, we'll pay indemnity compensation, we do a penal investigation, we do mass depopulation, we do disposal, virus elimination, environmental testing, we repopulate. Okay? And I can, just for summary, no infected birds enter the food chain. I just want folks to hear all exported products move across state lines and all poultry companies that exports are enrolled in the NPIP. So one of the success of our industry is if you enroll in the NPIP, then you have an opportunity to export. So that's basically what the NPIP has done. All right. On this one, I'm not going to go to all of them, but I'm going to show you. This is something that I remember I was with the state when they came up with this. This is the initial state response and containment plan. If you address all these 14 guidelines right here, you are ready to respond to AI. If you don't address all this, you will have a problem. So when we're working with our states, every state, for you to receive that indemnity money, you have to have an approved initial state response and containment plan with us, USDA, because that tells us that you are prepared. Okay, you have to prepare to understand your lab capacity. You have to be prepared on how you're going to depopulate those flocks, how you're going to clean and disinfect them. Okay, how you're going to do your contact surveys and movement restrictions. All right, you have to do all this. So they write up their initial state response and containment plan for each state, because not every state have everything. So I'll give you a good example. The Demava Peninsula doesn't have turkeys. All they have is broilers. So when they write their initial state response and containment plan, it's only addressing how they will respond to broiler production. All right. So you go to a state like Iowa, they have everything. So the initial state response and containment plan will cover turkeys, will cover broilers, will cover table eggs, which they have a lot. They are the largest table egg producing states in the United States. At every given day, including me standing in front of you, there are 50 million birds eating and they're laying eggs. 50 million just in the state of Iowa. Okay. So I just want to show you how these plans are written. And we have to look at it and make sure that they're covered. So I'm not going to go through this one by one for you, but I just gave you some examples. They have to run an exercise. So you can't sit and say, oh, we have our capacity is okay. No, you have to run and test your lab capacity. So if you have a worst case scenario, is your lab ready to test the number of birds that they're supposed to test in a 72-hour period? First 3 hours. Because if you cannot, when you draw that 10-kilometer radius, you want to make sure that every commercial premises that is in that control zone around that infected premises, you know their status in 72 hours. That's how you prepare. Because if not, you're going to be chasing the disease. You're late. All right. So you have to build that capacity where you can collect samples. So there's one county in the Demava Peninsula called Sussex County. They have the highest concentration of poultry on any given 10-kilometer radius. So they have to build their capacity to say there are 300 commercial premises at any given infected premises. Do we have the lab capacity to test 300 farms in 72 hours? Okay, that's how we want them to work. All right. Let me share one with you that is always a joke for me. You see this? It's countries, when we draw this 10-kilometer radius, it's just because that's what we're trying to prevent movement. We're trying to restrict. We're trying to look at to make sure that the disease is not spreading. But sometimes people get caught up on that. All right? Look at this. Do we grow chickens here? This is the ocean. So if you have a farm here, this is an infected premises, and you draw 10-kilometer radius, some of that radius goes in the ocean. Make sense? Do we grow chicken here? No. So this is just a guidance in terms of the restriction and 10-kilometer radius. The reality is your epidemiology that you focus on when you're dealing with this. All right. So when you have this infected premises, what we do is we want to know what else has come in contact with this premises. We have to start doing that epi, trace out, trace in. That's the most important thing. It's not the circle. I just want folks, because this circle sometimes in some places is in the bush. There's nobody else. Okay. I just give you a good example. We have wet markets in the United States. You guys have wet markets because I've come to Mexico twice to run. I went to Tampico one time, we were back to run a workshop for your wet markets. When you have a wet market here in Mexico City and you go put a 10-kilometer radius, will you see other chicken around that 10-kilometer radius? All you will see is Marriott Hotel, Senasica. So we try to get people to understand that you cannot put a 10-kilometer radius on a live bird market that is in the city because there's nothing there. You know, it's just condominium buildings, high rises, but you can put it on a market that is in the country where they have farms, correct? So we have to use our veterinary knowledge sometimes on when we're trying to implement all this stuff and thinking like, oh, we didn't see you put a 10-kilometer radius. Guess what? It's in the city. There's nothing in the city that you're going to go look at, okay? So just want to show you that example. In terms of the population, when you have an infected premises, what do you think are the most difficult jobs to do when you have an infected premises? Depopulation and disposal. Those are the most difficult things. Difficult. I mean, we have gone through so many experiences and we still struggle with that because it's not easy. Have you gone to a premises of 5 million birds in 25 or 30 houses and you have to depopulate them? Do you know how painful that is? Do you know the effect of the person who owns that farm, the grower, his family, his children? They see you come in there and you have to kill all these birds. Some of them are sick, some of them are not sick, because guess what? If one house is positive, guess what? all of them are going to be positive because they have a connection. Whether it's the earth belt, whether it's the manure belt, whether it's the feed, whether it's the people. So people, when we go through this, you know, some industry folks say, oh, can we just kill this one house? We tell them, no, this disease, you cannot just kill one house. With time, all of them are going to be infected, correct? It's not easy, very difficult. So we're still figuring out sometimes how to do this, and I'll share with you some of the things that we've learned in the next presentation, okay? Oh, this one is good. Let me show this one. This right here. We all are government folks. Public awareness and education. Oh my God. I remember when he was a CEO and he has to go to the media to answer questions, and then he might say something, public health says something different. Oh, the news media loves that. Oh, veterinary service is saying this. Oh, human health is saying this. They love chaos. So you have to coordinate that communication. You get it? Extremely important. You have to be talking with each other. Indemnity, I just shared with you, we pay indemnity for low part. Remember, we don't force you to join this program. But if you have the size to participate and you don't participate, we'll give you 25%. We're not going to give you 100% when we come to destroy your birds. In the history of this avian influenza program, you have to be a producer that is stupid not to participate to get 25%. That means you don't have business sense, all right? So a lot of them participate because of that, okay? Just wanted to show you the funding. We get a line item from Congress. You could see where it's still consistent. Oh, this was 2004. So correction year 2004, we had 65 million, okay? On that money, almost 11 million, 10 point something million goes to avian, what we give states to diagnose. Then the other one goes to salary of the people who work. The other one goes to the CR people who do our EPIs, the labs, you know. So that's what we get. It's a lot of money, okay? And the government has been good at that. And then this is the NPIP website. So you can go there. So you just go to your computer, NPIP, it takes you to a website, and you can go see a lot of things that I've been talking about. Okay. So just to conclude for that one, our program is extremely robust. Okay, we have an active and passive surveillance. It's very transparent because we want to prove to our trading partners that our national flock is clean of AI. The goal again is to prevent public health and animal health. And for us, you know, avian influenza control is something that we have to keep working on because avian influenza is a zoonotic disease. And the worry is on the pandemic side of things, correct? That has not gone away. It's still there. And nobody knows, nobody can predict when this is the virus that we all thought it was bringing us pandemic, and coronavirus came and surprised everybody. Okay, so this is the virus that still, because if you go back and look at 1918, 1957, okay, all the pandemics that were huge. 1918 killed almost 50 million people. Okay, it was an influenza A virus. Okay, just wanted to let you know that. All right, thanks my colleagues that work with me on the poultry side of things, and basically that presentation is over. Any questions for me before I move to the next one? Or you want to ask a question at the end? At the end? Okay, all right. Let's move on this one. You see how I'm putting these presentations together. First of all, I wanted to show you our avian influenza surveillance in our commercial industry, because it leads now to when we find a positive, and this positive right now is going to be a high part positive, all right? Because that's the one that gave us the greatest headache. So when we find a positive, like we went through, you guys wanted to learn the lessons learned from 2014-15. The truth is, when you look at the 2022 to 2025, those lessons that we learned, we're implementing them in the 2022-2024. And there's still other lessons that we're learning in the 2022-2024. We're going to be having a meeting to go and look into what have we learned again, going through all these experiences. So I'm just going to walk you through the lessons learned here. When I come to a slide that is something repetitive, I will just move on, okay? All right, so I will cover basically the 2014 detections and our goal on how we mount a response. I'll talk about the critical activities. This is what I'm going to focus on, basically looking at all the critical activities for eradications and the lessons learned, epidemiology investigation, economic costs, and then the coordinated public awareness campaign, and then I summarize and conclude. All right. So just to summarize, our response goal. As all of you, as regulatory officials, unfortunately, in veterinary services, we do not have robots, right? You and I and our colleagues are the ones that have to do the work. Us human beings. We don't have drones that we can send to go collect samples from animals, right? We don't. So our goal is to protect our responders. That is our number one goal. We track our responders. Are they sick? Did somebody get a car accident? Did somebody die? We do all that because we know that if we don't have healthy responders, so for all of us, even me, who sometimes sits out in the office because I don't go out in the field again, I have to do what they call a health check to be ready if they need me out in the field. They send me to a hospital. I always joke that it's a military doctor that looks at you. The regular doctors that we go to don't check me the way they check me on this thing. Okay, they check your ears for your sound. Do you hear? They check your eyes. They get you to fall on your knees on the floor. They want to make sure that you are ready when they deploy you out there. Because we don't want to let you go out there and you die. You have a family to take care of. All right? That's our number one goal, the safety, all right, of our responders. We want to detect, control, and contain the virus as quickly as possible. We want to control they want to conduct the operation in a manner that's humane. Remember now, look at this word, humane animal treatment. We don't want folks that we send out there to go depopulate a bird and they pick the bird and they bang it on the wall. We don't want folks to do that. Okay, that's not humane. All right, animal welfare is going to come after you. Right, we want to train them on how do you humanely kill an animal that is sick, okay? We want to do things in a science-based thing possible, the continuity of business, and I'm going to talk a little bit on this because this is something that we implemented that all of us in the world never thought of before, and I'll share that with you. How do you continue business in the face of an outbreak, right? We want to establish a control area immediately when we have an infected premises. We're going to do surveillance. We're going to provide education to the producer. We're going to provide biosecurity education. Okay, the objective for us when we're putting out an outbreak is to make sure that the United States regains disease-free status without the response causing more disruption and damage to the poultry industry, okay, and into the food supply of the United States and the world. Okay. So our primary control and eradication strategy in the United States is stamping out. We've debated that for 20 years. Okay. Stamping out is that when we have an infected premises, we're going to kill them. We're going to humanely kill them. Okay. That's why we've never gotten into vaccination. We're going to kill them, all right? We're going to kill the birds that are infected, and we're going to kill the ones that have an epi link to the one that has been infected, okay? They call them exposed or epidemiology contact or contact premises, all right? If the resource is overwhelming, we would then think of vaccination. We're not even there yet, and Dr. Clifford is going to talk on that, okay? We want to make sure that we're coordinating this response with all our different agencies. CDC, for example, because remember, we're using responders, human beings. So CDC tracks them to make sure that they don't get influenza A. Because if influenza A gets into their body and they have human influenza, those two can mix. There can be a reassortment, and boom, a new virus comes out. That virus now might become zoonotic, started spreading. Then that's when we get a pandemic, when it spreads to multiple states and countries. Okay, so our responders are tracked all the time. Okay, all right. Our response is coordinated, okay, with the states, because the states are the ones that gives the quarantine authority, and then we coordinate again with CDC. All right. Just wanted to show that in 2014-15 outbreak, it all started here. This H5N8 virus was detected in the United States, but it first was reported in China in 2009. Picture this. This virus was first reported in 2009 in China. And we got it the first time in 2014. Why am I sharing that? We keep continuing to look at what is happening in China, in Europe. If you look at the map, okay, for us to keep preparing, all right, so that we're not caught in surprise, okay? During the 2014 outbreak, this virus was found in wild birds in Korea, Japan, okay? It moved into England, Netherlands, Germany, Italy, okay? So by the time it got to us, all right, there's a story I can tell you guys. During late 2014, remember, it was the H5N8 Eurasian strain, clade 2.3.4.4, I think finally it was a C, that spreads rapidly in wild birds. And then it was introduced in our Pacific Flyway on the left side of our map, the western side from Alaska. Just to show you why I don't mess with AI. I don't predict about AI anymore. When we had this, you know where? Canada was the first country that had it. And I remember going to a UCPIC meeting and they asked me, Dr. Fidel, do you think that virus is going to come into the United States? Guess what Dr. Fidel did? I opened my big mouth. I said, oh, you know, we are in British Columbia. We've drawn a 10-kilometer radius around British Columbia. We're doing surveillance in all the backyard premises. We take care of it. 4 days later, boom, first case in Washington State in a backyard premises. All right. So from that day, I told myself I would never predict on AI anymore. So let me move it on to 2022, 2024. We're sitting here as a country, we're preparing, we're seeing what is happening in Europe. You know, we're telling ourselves, okay, it's coming. You know, we're always 1 year behind. And we're looking at the Pacific Flyway. Guess where it came through? The Atlantic Flyway. Through Canada again, Newfoundland. Before we realize, boom, it's in South Carolina. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you, I don't predict on AI anymore. Okay. Over the years, never that virus came into us through the Atlantic Flyway. Always came through the Pacific Flyway. Okay, just to share an example with you. All right. So when that virus came through our Pacific Flyway, it kind of mixed up with the North American viruses. So if you think about it, the H5N8 mixed with the North American viruses, it produces an H5N2, all right? And also produces an H5N1. But this H5N2, which was a reassortant virus, basically it took how many genes from the Eurasian strain and 4 genes from the 4 genes from the Eurasian strain and 4 genes from the American strain to form this H5N2. This was the prevailing virus that circulated in 2014 and 2015. The H5N1, we picked it from a wild bird, did not go anywhere, didn't do anything. Okay, you go figure. All right. This is what I needed. I needed it to move, but it's not going to move. I just wanted to show you a map how the virus was spreading. So when we look at a map, the turkeys were the ones that was, in terms of premises, was turkey, followed by chickens, okay, in the Midwest a lot. And when we look at the H5N2, you see that there was the H5N1, didn't go anywhere, okay? And there was some H5N2 that were not the Eurasian ones, okay? So this is basically what we saw. The most concentration, North, South Dakota, Minnesota, okay? You get Missouri here, you get California here where we had our first commercial cases, okay? So that's what happened in 2014-15. And this was the summary for 2014-15. We had 15 states that had commercial poultry and 21 states that also had captive wild birds and wild birds. Okay, that was it. All right, we killed almost 50 million birds. You can see the epi curve. All right, this is what happened. Minnesota came in #1, Iowa in terms of number of total premises. So you could see commercial turkey, commercial layers, and then backyards. All right, this is what we had. Nothing compared to what we have today. Okay, all right. This is the beauty for me. When you think about it, we killed 50 million birds. 50 in 2014-15. Somebody will see that and say, oh my God, United States was burning. No, we were not burning, correct? That's something that I talk a lot with my colleagues, because when you go out there and you see the number of birds that you're killing, you think like, uh-oh, So even our trading partners, they start getting scared. Oh, am I going to get my hatching eggs? Am I going to get? No, we're not burning. And let me show you the inventory, right? Look at our inventory. Out of these 50 million birds, for turkey production, only 3.16%, okay, was affected. So what? 96% did not affect the turkey industry, right? You look at the table egg industry, the layers, the ones that are laying the eggs, 10% were affected. So 90% of the table egg production in the United States was not affected, all right? You look at the pullets, 6.33%, so 7%, 93% was not affected. The biggest of the biggest, which is the broiler industry, we produce 9.3 billion broilers a year. Okay, nothing. Look at that. 0.01% was affected during that outbreak. You get it? Okay, so we were not burning, all right? But we call it the largest disease outbreak in the United States. So that's what it is. So to calm people down, that's what I try to present to them, including our own domestic folks, all right? So what are the critical elements in the response? And this is what I'm going to walk you through each one of them and the lessons learned, all right? The first thing is the incident command system. In the United States, USDA cannot mount an outbreak. It is mandated by law that for us to go out to mount a response, we have to use the incident command system. And you all know about what it is. I'm not going to preach on that on this. We have to, all right? We will do enhanced surveillance. We will do rapid diagnosis. We will implement quarantines. We will do continuity of business. We will do protect PPE for respondents. We will pay indemnity and compensation. We will do mass depopulation. We will do effective disposal procedures. We will do virus elimination, that's cleaning and disinfection. We will test the environment to make sure that it's clean. Then we will repopulate, all right? We have things that help us. We have a logistics centers that provide all the things we need for a response, a patient investigation to help us understand how this virus is spreading. We do biosecurity measures, and we do a public campaign. All right? So let's move from the first one, incident command system. The USDA will work with the tribes and the states as a unified command, all right, in managing this disease. So you could see all what place in a unified command, okay? You have unified command means somebody on our side is going to work with somebody on the state side to mount that response for a specific state. So we have teams that have people to be able to implement all this, all right? So next thing, these are some of the things we learned. The first thing we learned was that when we put a uniform command system together, all right, that has to involve all units, state, federal, and industry. They have to engage. You cannot put a uniform command, and in that uniform command, all you have is the federal government and the state. And you forget to bring somebody in who is from the industry to be deciding on how you're going to manage your response. All right? You have to make it engage. Okay. So another thing we've learned is that every outbreak starts locally. Okay? So I cannot be in Riverdale and there's an outbreak in Virginia, and I'm giving commands to the folks in Virginia when I'm not there seeing what is happening. It has to be local. So everything has to work locally. And I'm sitting in Riverdale giving recommendations, knowing what is happening locally. All right? So states lead for us in terms of the response. Okay, we work under the state's quarantines. Okay, we don't put federal quarantines first. Okay, because for us to put federal quarantine, the Secretary of Agriculture has to declare an extraordinary emergency. That's a huge legal process and involves so much, you know, because when you do that, how do you get out of that? Okay, so we've been fortunate working with the states to use their quarantine rules to implement. We start locally. If this support becomes, if the state response becomes overwhelming, then APHIS comes in to help. All right. If APHIS support again is limited, then USDA, and I'm saying this again, is an up chart that I could not explain here to you guys. So if you realize there's USDA, there's APHIS, the FSIS, the AMS, there's so many different units. And so we can tap on all those units to help us in building a big response, okay? And then we have additional federal departments that can support us, all right? So we can go to any other department if the outbreak is overwhelming. We can then request to make them to come help us, all right? So one thing we learned was we used to have 4 IMT teams, incident management teams. We realized that in those incidents, each IMT team has about 25 members. That represents each of the squares that I showed you on the incident command system, all right? People that are responsible for diagnosis, people that are responsible for depopulation, people that are responsible for quarantine, people that are responsible for cleaning and disinfection. The 25 members that have skills that have been trained to implement all that. We used to have 4 teams. So for example, if we have an infection right now in Louisiana is one of our states that has never had HIPAD in this whole HIPAD outbreak. We're going to send an IMT team there to help them out, okay? Because they've not had this before. We know that if we leave it alone to them, we're going to be late, okay? So we're going to send an IMT team, all right? These IMT teams have been trained, they get deployed. There's a whole procedure on how they get deployed, okay? Because remember now, when they get deployed, they have to be protected. Okay, they gotta fly, they gotta leave their family, they gotta carry what they carry with them, they gotta go rent a car, they gotta drive the car. So it's so many things that are involved. So they've gotten all that training, they call the incident commander and that the IMT team person who leads all of them will give a call, they sit and have a meeting and everybody's ready. We gotta meet at this day in Louisiana. They pick a site that they're gonna meet to start doing what they need to do, right? The first thing we learned was that it was not enough for us to have only 4 teams. You know why? We went through an outbreak that people were overwhelmed. We were rotating them every 3 weeks, which means every 21 days. That took a toll to the families, all right? Let me share with you as my colleagues again. When you are using people in a response, you have to protect them. You know what we learned also from 2002 in Virginia, and then the 2002, 2003 Newcastle disease outbreak in California? We were sending people out there and we saw an increase in divorce in our employees. All kind of crazy stuff happened. And so people went and sued the federal government, okay? Totally sued the federal government that we can't allow this to happen. So guess what? If you look at my ID, the federal government had to go and make sure that on this ID of mine, when I decided to work for the federal government after that 2002, 2003, the federal government went to Congress and made sure that the USDA Veterinary Services is a response agency. So if you apply to work for us, you are ready to be deployed at any time. You can't go sue us anymore. I'm just sharing with you some of the things we learned, right? So another thing we learned was that when we moved to 5 teams, so we added the Indigo team, we now rotate them instead of 21 days, 28 days, all right? And then we give 3 days. So guess what? There's a team that is working now. We ship another team to take the job. What we found out was that when they came in there to replace the first team, there was no time for them to talk to each other to say, oh, this is what I've done. This is what you need to do. We were having chaos. Chaos. I mean, seriously. So somebody like me at headquarters, I would say, oh, I need this information. The person before provided to me this way. Now the new person that comes, Peter, what do you need? Oh, I can't see it. We realize that, oh no, we need to give them 3 days overlap where they sit there with each other and they're helping each other to understand what they have done that you're coming now to take over to continue. All right? Big lesson. Another big lesson that we learned was site managers. We go to a producer's facility and we come in there, we jump in there with our PPE, to start to do things. And that person who owns that farm is looking at us like, what is wrong with you? We have not told them what we're doing. They get worried, their children, their wife, their family. And so we now say, no, we're going to have a site manager, preferentially somebody who's local, somebody who's going to manage that entire site. His job is to make sure that everybody who is coming on that site, whether it's a depopulation crew, whether it's somebody who's coming to come do surveillance, whether it's somebody who's driving a truck to come collect the birds, that site manager is going to be managing all that. How you do it, what biosecurity you're taking, all right? So we learn that. Another thing we learn to add into the site manager is the case manager, the person who manages the case, to be telling the producer that this is what we're going to do, this is how long it's going to take, so that the producer can be calm, all right? Guess what we've been successful with? We have not lost a producer through our HPA outbreak. You remember what happened in England in 2001? The foot and mouth disease outbreak? Remember? Producers were killing themselves. Okay? They were committing suicide. So the mental health of the response is huge. So we learn from other people. So we now have a site manager, a case manager, and what we call a field reimbursement specialist. Because guess what? Money gets involved in this stuff a lot. So now we have somebody who's going to sit with that producer and work with the producer to say, this is what we're going to pay you. Is that okay? This is how we came up with the calculation. You know, this is what we pay you for indemnity. This is what we pay for the population. They work with them, show them all the processes so that they don't go mental. Remember, you've built your life to own a poultry production. Remember, in the United States, 85% of poultry production is done by contract growers. Do you understand what I mean? It's not done by the ownership of the company. So the companies own the birds, but the companies do not own the farm 85% of the time. So a government person will say, oh, look at that person coming to government to take money. They always think is the company coming to take money from government. They don't realize that, no, that producer needs to be compensated. He's the one that is going to lose the most. So let me give you an example. As a company, you might own 2,500 growers. One grower, the effect of one grower is huge. To a company, 1 out of 2,000 growers, but you are that one grower on your premises, you're the one losing a lot. Okay, you own the farm, you're paying a mortgage, you grow the birds, they have to compensate you for the birds. So we learn a lot. Let me tell you, when he was CVO, I fought him with his people that were working with him. Because when we started this outbreak, we came up with something that we said, we don't kill, we don't pay for dead birds. I'm going to use the language, I was pissed. Do you know I was pissed? Because picture this, we have a producer that we've educated. We said, oh, if you see your birds dying, give us a call. So guess what happened? A producer will have his birds dying. He calls his flock supervisor first, the person on the company side that works with him every day. That's 24 hours. The next thing is this flock supervisor will call the company veterinarian. That's another 24 hours. That's 48 hours. Do you think the disease care? The birds are dying. The company veterinarian now makes a decision. Oh, let's take samples to the lab. That's 72 hours. Birds are dying. So from that first call that the producer called, maybe he just lost 50 birds. By the time that the company veterinarian is calling the lab to go take samples and send to the lab, now he's probably losing 1,000 birds. Then guess what? We come in now as regulators. We're not paying you for that 1,000 birds that you lost. The producer did his job or her job by telling us that my birds are dying. We cannot come here now 3 days later because of government bureaucracy and we say we're not paying. That was a big lesson we learned. And he changed that policy. Okay, when he listened to some of us, our fights, he said, no. Because you know why? When we were having that, people wanted to have a veterinarian or an animal health technician to drive to the farm to go count the birds that are alive. Can you believe that? In this world that we are today in technology, so a person can drive 300 miles to go to a farm. The birds are dying. And so we started saying that, no, I'm a chicken guy, all right? I've worked for the companies. I said, no, there's technology that tells us that this is the number of birds that they placed on the farm. They have it in their data, their electronic data. They have cameras. They can take a picture to tell you what is happening today, what is happening in an hour. They have daily mortality sheet that you can take a picture to tell you that, oh, 5 birds died yesterday, they put it on there. 10 birds died today, they put it on there. We don't need to be sending people to be driving to farms because government is trying to hold on that money to pay for indemnity. Big lessons learned, and that has improved tremendously. Okay, just wanted to share you some of those stories so you understand how we made those decisions, right? Okay, so he loves me telling him that I fought him like hell when he was my CVO. Okay, all right. So we move next. Decision. There are a lot of times that our producers, our farmers, they know more than what we know. And we come in there as federal regulators and we want to dictate to them. Listen to them. They know things that you don't know. Empower them. Okay. The one thing that will empower our producers is that we make them now to make a lot of decisions on their own. That has saved us millions and millions of dollars. We used to, the way we were designing, well, let's send contractors. We send contract. You know what contractors do to government, correct? I always joke to John that when I came into the United States as an immigrant, if I really knew what contracting is, I would never have gone to vet school. Okay? I would have trained myself to become a government contractor. This is across the board in your country, in every country in the world. The contractor people are the ones who make the money because they always charge government 4 times the cost of everything they do. Okay? So we came to learn from this outbreak that, oh my God, contractors were killing us in what they charge us because it's written in regulation. So we empower the producers. So in this 2022-23 outbreak, learning from what we learned from 2014-15, guess what? The producers are doing a lot of stuff themselves and making that money for the downtime they're not going to do. Okay. Then I'm going to move quickly here. Stop rumors. We notice that you will hear somewhere, oh, we heard that there's a farm over here that, but when it's all lies, and it's pressed in the media, how do you prevent that kind of a lie? Okay. I shared this story. There's a country way back when H5N1 was spreading all over the world, and they didn't manage their communication well. And they had their first H5N1 hyper AI. And they went in the media and people started taking their birds and throwing it in the Nile. And the entire consumption of eggs and meat, nobody was buying chicken in the market. And then when they threw the birds in the Nile, guess what? The disease spread like crazy because of bad communication that went to the media. So please stop rumors, okay? All right. So I have a lot of these things here that you will see when you receive the presentation. When it goes to the diagnostic side of things, we realize that we have the National Animal Health Laboratory, 57 labs. Guess what? To meet our capacity, we realize that all these labs are supposed to be able to test 30 samples per day, all right, for an 8-hour shift. That's how we build that capacity, because it was a lesson learned from the outbreak. When I share this, in our passive surveillance and our cases, remember you have all these different flocks out there, and the producers are looking at them. They're looking at daily mortality. So this is our case definition for each of turkeys, broilers, layers. So if the producer, for example, for turkeys, 2 birds per 1,000 are dying per day, we want him to take that call and call that I've not seen this mortality before. Guess what? This is for United States. We had to collect data for all 50 states in terms of poultry production in turkeys to come up, and we gave it to our epidemiologists to come up with this. Okay, so this might not work for you, but you can use this as an example to create, all right, a case definition for each of your flocks. So when we see this, we know bad juju is coming, and we have to start responding. So I gave you some examples there. Okay. Another thing that helped us in that outbreak was, you remember, United States has the foreign animal disease diagnostication training. We've trained all these veterinarians. Now we put them in different locations in the world. They're the ones that respond to foreign animal diseases. So when we have a foreign animal disease investigation, they're the ones that will send, because they're the ones that have been trained. They have a pack that they move with to go collect samples. Not everybody can go do that work because we don't want disease spread. So that was a big thing. Okay, they have duty stations all over the world. Another thing that we noticed was that submitting duplicate samples. So locally, you submit your samples to the local lab. We learned that to get a faster response, you have to take 2 samples. You send one to the local lab, and then you ship one to NBSL. When that local lab comes out presumptive positive, we can start acting before we getting that confirmation, correct? Especially if it's the first case in your state, okay? Because it takes another 24 hours to get that confirmation because it's going to NBSL, all right? So that's another thing that we'll have. We streamline sampling, and we allow the companies to collect samples. They are trained and certified. We call them potty testers, all right? In that outbreak, we activated 54 labs in 39 states, okay? We had the ability to cross-train the laboratory personnel to help each other in different states. So if Maryland became overwhelmed, we can go to Virginia and take laboratory folks that have been trained to come help Maryland, correct? So that's the kind of things that we did, all right? Going into the PPE, for everybody who goes out there to respond, they have to be fit tested. N95 was the minimum respirator that you can put on. For gloves, we noticed that if you put one glove, remember, birds have nails and all that stuff that can pierce on your gloves. So you got to be wearing 2 double protection again. We want to make sure that people don't lose their hearing. Okay, so that's some of the things that we learn. And then you have to shower in, shower out, and when you go home, you change to clean clothing. This is some of the PPE that we use during the outbreak, and this is the font size. Big lessons that we learned during that outbreak. We used to have a stockpile with small, medium, large. We came to realize that we all have grown too much. Okay, we've eaten too much. We're putting people out there that are extra large. And so what do? So now we learned that we have to change our PPE to have suit size to 6 large. Okay, 6Xs, gloves to 2 times X, boot covers. So these are things we learn because we send people out there and they could not fit some of the things that we already had. All right. So I'd like to just share that with folks. And we have gloves that are cut resistant and then extended cuffs. Okay. So those are things that we learn to improve in our stockpile. The indemnity for us is to initiate reporting. So we educate the producers that please call us because we're going to pay you 100% fair market. So they can hide the disease. In the United States, you can't hide AR because we pay you for indemnity. All right. So you're going to get something for your birds. We're not going to make you whole, but we're going to help you. Okay. So that's something. So we'll come up with flat rates for cleaning and disinfection. And then we look at inventory. You remember the thing that I told you, the whole story between the flux supervisors. Now, when they have that presumptive positive, we will pay you for what the birds are, the number of birds that are on your farm at that presumptive positive of the local lab. We're not willing to pay you when we confirm because the birds are still dying. Okay, that's not fair to the producer. I put this in here. When you hear us use, because we ran into this, when we talk about mass depopulation and we talk about euthanasia, remember, like in your country, you have a whole set of animal rights and animal welfare people who want to come attack you on what we do. So we had to make sure that when you use the word mass depopulation, you never say that is euthanasia. Mass depopulation is not euthanasia. Okay? Euthanasia is when you're killing a single animal, to do it painlessly. And there's a whole guidance for that. Mass depopulation, you're killing millions of birds, thousands of birds. Okay? So that's where we use foam to do that. That's mass depopulation. So don't make a mistake. You, the big government official, you go stand on the microphone and you say, the animal rights people will kill you. Okay, they will attack the agency, they will sue the agency, So that's why I put this here to educate folks that please do not use this. Euthanasia is euthanasia, mass depopulation, mass depopulation. When we had that outbreak, the first thing we learned during his reign on this mass depopulation, we had to take this to AVMA. The American Veterinary Medical Association came to accept this, in cases of catastrophic events, animal emergency, because the goal is that you're trying to kill animals so they don't suffer a lot. So if you come to a premises with 6 million birds, you cannot euthanize them. You see what I'm saying? But you can mass depopulate them because you don't want to allow them to sit there and they're suffering from the disease. Okay, you try to kill them as quickly as possible. Remember, avian influenza is not going to live outside of the bird. It needs a living tissue to replicate. So if you slow down in killing these birds, the birds are pooping trillions of viruses to the environment and they're contaminating the environment. Okay? All right. How do we depopulate chicken houses? We still use foam. And just for time, I will tell the story of foam. I was involved in this foam story. One big industry started looking at hypad and zoonosis. And they said, how can we come up with something where you can kill birds, you use less people? So you can take one person to go through this instead of using 20 people. And then disease transmit to them, then you have a pandemic. That's how foam technology came about. So foam, we use it for mass depopulation to kill florist birds. You cannot use foam to kill table-leg birds because the foam does not hold. Okay, so it's for florist birds. You see the examples. We still use foam. There are different machines. Okay, these are the foams that we use. Okay, the biggest limiting factor is water. One of the biggest mistakes we made, we went to a state. Do you see when you come to the United States, you see some of those tanks that have water? Okay, those tanks are put in there for emergency for the states, for fire, so that if water run out, they can go to those tanks and collect water. We went to a state and we went to use that water tank because it was closer to where we could use water to depopulate the birds. Bad, because we took all that water. If they had had an emergency, that they needed that water, because now remember, those are human emergencies, and we have used water to kill animals. Oh my God. DS, they will put USDA in the ground. They will bury us. Okay. So we've come to learn that we can never use that again. We cannot go to states and or counties and sometimes to use those water tanks to collect water. This needs a lot of water. Big lessons learned, cold weather. We went to a state like Minnesota in the winter, Indiana and all that. Remember, everything with the foam is about using water and putting the foam through it. Cold, minus 30 degrees. Those things will freeze. So we learned to realize that we have to have a generator heating. See, this is the foam thing in here, the hoses. We put things around them to keep that water to be able to come out. Big lesson that we learned, okay? Another thing we learned in terms of servicing the equipment. We have all this equipment positioned everywhere in the United States. They have to be serviced, which means you have to go practice them. If you keep them, it's just like if you take a car that you bought and you just park that car for 1 year, you never drove that car. You come out after a year, you have problem with the car, right? The tires would have worn out, because tires disintegrate, correct? So it's the same thing with these machines. We learned that, no, we store them in different places all around the country. At any given time, every quarter, somebody needs to go take the machine, test it out, making sure that it's working. That's a lot of money. But again, we learn from that because when you go now and take a machine like that, you're running to a farm and you turn it on, it's not turning on, it's because the machine has sat for 4 months without being used, it's not going to work. And then it slows down everything. We also learned that proper pinning. So if you look at this, you don't want to go to a farm and you start pushing, the birds are going to be running away. So you want to pin them so that when you start applying the foam, they cannot move anywhere. All right. The aspect of foaming is that this foam will cover this bird and basically they will suffocate and die very quickly. When these folks came and presented this to us, I was in VS and they called me up and they said, Fidel, I want to come present this. I had friends who right away said, Fidel, it's not going to work. Oh, they're suffocating the bird. They didn't realize that these guys had did the research. They compared it to carbon dioxide, how fast it kills the bird. And when they came and presented the data, we always like, wow, they were successful. So that's how this all came about, okay? How to kill table-leg birds. Okay. When I came out of vet school, and I used to walk to table-leg facilities with my major professor, I was shocked. Each house was, the largest houses at that time were 100,000 birds per house. They had 6 racks. Okay, so if you look at this, it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. all right? And you run lines so that you're looking at 500 feet long, 50 feet wide. Do you know how they build them today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A house is 350,000 birds. I went to one in Iowa that I took the Japanese to go take a look. I begged my colleague who was a corporate veterinarian. I said, can you give us 1 hour so that they can see how these facilities are? When we went there, we spent 3 hours. They didn't want to get out. It's unbelievable. When you see these premises and you see the generators, everything is automated. You know, Italian technology, it's unbelievable. So what am I sharing with you as government folks? What we're struggling also. We build for efficiency in producing X. We did not build to take care of disease. And that's a big challenge with the table game industry. How do we build to take care of disease? Correct? That's our biggest challenge that we're still struggling with today. 350,000 birds in a house, and you go to a premise, there are about 25 houses, you're looking at sometimes 7 million birds. Yeah, it's crazy, all right? So we use a carbon dioxide cart. Somebody walks in the middle here, they pick the birds, put them, there's a carbon dioxide canister yet, you close it, turn it on, kills the bird, then you dump this. So guess what? In that outbreak, you know how if you leave the birds to die in the cages, what happens to them? As veterinarians, they got rigor mortis, am I right? So if they die like that, they stay like that, correct? So their nails and everything holds what they hold. Is it easy to pull them out? Nope. When you start pulling them out, they leave one wing, one foot, terrible. We had to make a decision that no, we're not going to care about that anymore. Because before they used to say, oh, you can't kill them in the cages because it's difficult to take them out. You're dealing with a disease that is moving so fast. Let's kill them and struggle to move them later because we don't want them to replicate virus every day. All right? The first farm that we went to in 2014 was a 3.8 million capacity farm. The owner was a veterinarian. I remember us being on that call. And he's telling us what his challenges are. And some of us didn't know, government people, not all of you know poultry production. And so he's telling us his challenges and we're listening. And somebody like me was a chicken guy. I'm like, okay, this guy's educating us here. We're not understanding. And he was just telling us, I need my birds to be dead now. We're still struggling. How are we going to kill them? How? It took us 10 days to go in there to depopulate the house. Guess what? We had produced trillions of viruses. So the biggest lesson we learn from depopulation in that outbreak is we have to kill them in 24 or 48 hours. Without what is happening, if we can kill them and figure out how we dispose of them, we want them down. Correct? Biggest lesson. So that has, if I tell you the success of that in 2020 to 2024, it's amazing. Okay, so that's big lessons learned. Just to share with you, another thing that we came up with, some guy, the very good engineer, some guy came up with this, where he designed this and he came to us that I can help you guys to depopulate little farms where you can go, you put the birds in there, put a carbon dioxide kind of kills them, and then you can just drive and dump them. All right? Oh, yeah. And we bought them and we put them now in a national veterinary stockpile. Okay? When we do whole gas,
Have a break.
okay. Okay. When we do a whole house carbon dioxide, we have we have all these units, distribution manifold. This you will notice. We come out to realize that all these equipments that we take to depopulation, we now had a lock pack trailer. So we put all this, everything that you need for depopulation is put here. So when they're driving it to a premises, they have all the things they need, so that things are not coming off from different places. That was another big lesson learned. Okay, one more slide and we take a break for food. You see that when we go in there, we put those manifolds. This is where the carbon dioxide comes in and is putting it in the house. And this bird will be dying in a few minutes. In some of the houses that we have to tap them because we don't want, carbon dioxide can kill. So that's why a lot of people are running away from carbon dioxide a lot, because it can kill people, all right? So we have to make sure that it's closed, because if you have a tap well, you're not going to get this. This is carbon dioxide. So if people were out here who are responders, some of them can die. I just want you to know that. Okay? And then we monitor the levels outside. So we have monitors all over the place to make sure that carbon dioxide is not escaping. Before you realize everybody is dead. Okay? But the big birds, you remember I told you about the turkeys? So if we put the foam, some of them figure out how to put their head up. That I'm not going to die. You're not going to get me die today. So we will catch those birds and we use a turkey euthanasia device. This gun can have 1,000 stones. So we put it right in the middle. See that? In the middle of their head there. So pat. This is an approved method of euthanasia. It kills them because it hits the brain and they're dead. Okay? And then we have small ones for small farms. Cervical dislocation, again, is used for the small premises. And then we can do small foaming in small farms that will put food birds, put foam and they die. Okay, so that things I will learn. So again, lessons learned for the population before we go to for a break, 24 hours to 48 hours. Okay? All right? Good. With that, we can take a break before I move to other things. All right?
Yeah.
How many minutes break? Is this lunchtime too?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, 20 minutes break.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how much more have you got for those?
Flying to the moon and let me fly among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Another world, hold my hand. Another world, kiss me. My horizon and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, sweet flying to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Never once hold my hand. Never Kiss me in my horizon and let me see forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, it's be true. I love you. Changing, try to please me. You never let me down before. Don't imagine if you feel dancing anymore. I will not leave you. Times of trouble, I never could have come this far. Why to good times? Yeah, take the bad times. I'll take you just the way you are. Trying some new fashion. Don't change the color of your hair. You'll always have my unspoken passion. For I might not feel so care. Conversation. I don't want you dead, huh? I just want someone to talk to. I want you just the way you are. I need to know that you really love me. The same old someone that I need. And that's forever. And this I promise from my heart. I love you just the way you are. I don't want you to get hurt. I just want someone to talk to. Oh, you're just the way you are. Oh, just the way you are. Oh, you're 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 just the way you are. Someday, when I'm alone, when the world is cold, I will feel it full just thinking about you and the way you look tonight. Your love, babe, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but you. And the way you look at me. With each word, your tenderness grows. Deep in my fears of and the light that sprinkles your nose touches my foolish heart as you love me. Never, never change. If this brilliance charm, won't you please arrange it so silent? Just the way you look tonight.
No, it's fine. Vamos a empezar a sentarnos para empezar la nueva sesión en punto. Dice Fidel que tiene mucha información que compartir. Okay. Después, entonces, si podemos empezar a sentarnos y ocupar nuestros lugares, por favor.
Let's continue. Everybody has their seat. Let's sit down and continue. You can continue. You're going to start. Who's playing that?
Won't you please arrange it?
Okay. So moving along
with the next critical elements and what we learn from. So let's look at one of the big decisions we learn and what we're implementing during an outbreak in the state. Okay. For every state, when you have your first confirmed diagnosis, no, let me start it all over. When you have your first presumptive positive, that case has to be confirmed by NBSL before we mount a response, because we want to make sure that it is what it is. When you've gone through that first case, all your other cases don't need to be confirmed before we make a decision for you to depopulate to pay indemnity, correct? So we will use basically the presumptive positive. If the case meets that case definition that I spoke about, if the state and the federal government agree to it, and there's sufficient science to back all this, then we will give the state the authority to depopulate. Because remember, that authority is needed because there is a requirement for indemnity and compensation, correct? So this is a huge lesson for us. So we don't have to be waiting for NDSL confirmation on your second case. Okay, if it meets all these criteria, we tell you to depopulate. Another big thing that we learn is we came up with a form that the owner must sign, the state variant must sign, and the USDA must sign. And the producer, okay, for them to understand that they agree on these prices that we're going to pay for the birds and the eggs so that we can go to depopulate. We tell them that if they don't agree on that, we still want them to sign this form and they can file an appeal later. If they think that we didn't pay them correctly, they can file an appeal later, because we're going to move quickly to depopulate the farm. When it comes to disposal, these are all the different options for disposal: in-house composting, outdoor composting, on-site composting, burial, landfill. Incineration has never worked for us. We've tried incineration many times. It has to meet a lot of the Environmental Protection Agency. You're polluting the environment and all that. It's never really worked for us very well. Another one that has not worked for us very well is rendering. Our rendering industry is so scared of working with us because they think we're going to contaminate their product. But guess what? It's working in Europe, in other countries. For us in the United States, rendering has really been an issue for us. The industry is scared of taking birds that have disease to depopulate. If they could do that for us, oh my God, it will help us tremendously in depopulating some of these large table-leg facilities. When it comes to monitoring the compost piles, we have these two different thermometers, 36 to 48 inches terms that we use, okay? They're sealed, so this cannot be fought based on the different temperature. So it really helps us. So we put it to monitor the temperatures of the compost pile, okay? One big thing that we've learned, because we have a national veterinary stockpile where we purchase all these equipments and put them in terms of helping us to go mount a response. We're now purchasing grinders. This again, looking at like if we have African swine fever. So the avian influenza outbreak is helping us also prepare and learn for swine if they get an African swine outbreak tomorrow. Okay, African swine virus disease tomorrow. So we've purchased a few of the grinders that some companies have come up with. We've purchased a mobile incinerator because picture this. Look at what we're going through with birds that are tiny. Picture swine. How are you going to depopulate swine? That's one of the biggest challenges that we're working on today. So that's why we're looking at machines like this. That's going to help us, because if you can grind things, then it's easy for you then to put them in the ground. You know, you reduce the biomass. So we've purchased equipment like this that we've put on a veterinary stockpile to help us in things like that. Big lesson learned in cleaning and disinfection. We were cleaning facilities in 2014 and 15 as if we were cleaning maternity wards where they deliver babies. We were spending millions of dollars to clean some of these breaker facilities that break eggs for liquid eggs. And we were spending millions. And then we started thinking of the science. Our job as veterinarians is to eliminate virus. So how do you eliminate virus without doing this crazy cleaning? That's where that whole virus elimination word came from. All right. So we can use heat. So if we heat a house from 100 degrees to 120 degrees for 7 days, and you can maintain this temperature for 3 consecutive days, say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, not Monday, Wednesday, no, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 consecutive days, you can maintain 100 to 120 degrees for the 7 days, that virus is going to be eliminated. Okay, so we learned that. Another thing we learned is when we go to the backyard premises, all right, let me just show you an example. This is a back. How do you clean this? Can you clean this? No. So guess what we learn? If you take all those bugs away, you euthanize them, depopulate them, and you leave this whole premises with no bugs on it for 120 days follow or quarantine, and you come back later, there's not going to be any virus because there were no bugs there to multiply the virus or to replicate the virus. We picked 120 days. To be frank with you, the science even talked about 60 days or 90 days. We picked 120 days because we didn't want to take a chance. So I will look at that as a draconian number. Because guess what? We're dealing with different seasons in the United States. We're dealing with the summer, the winter, the fall, and some states are colder than others. All right. So in Alaska, we might have gone to a premises like this. 120 days is not enough because everything freezes and that virus can hide in there. Correct? So those are the reasons that we picked 120 days because we looked at it across the board based on the science. We could have picked 60, 90. Yeah, we were thinking about that. We're really thinking to reduce this to say 90 days. Okay, because 120 days is a long time. But that's what we're using now. So it might be after this outbreak, we might decide to say, no, we look at our data to say for all these premises that we follow, was 120 days too long of a time? Should we go to 90? Correct? So that's what we call follow, because you cannot clean and disinfect this type of premises. When we test the environment, okay, we collect the samples and make sure that it's negative before we can repopulate. So this is a national veterinary stockpile that we developed, copying from CDC, the Center for Disease and Control. They have it on the human side. So we have one in the state, a big warehouse that has all the supplies. And it came out after 9/11, where the government wanted to make sure that veterinary services was prepared, human side were prepared. So we came up to having this stockpile where it has response things that you need to mount a quick response to be stored there. We also have emergency transportation. So let me say Louisiana today has a case, or Hawaii has a case. Those are the 2 states that have not had an outbreak. We might ship those samples through paying for a contractor for us to know that quickly so that we're not wasting time. So we did that in 2014-15, where we had to ship those samples very quickly to Iowa, to NVSL, to be able to find out the positive because we don't want to chase the disease down the road. Then we have in the stockpile, we do stock for Tamiflu and Relenza, for our respondents to take, to make sure that, they're not sick. And then we do have a catalog. So the states can go to that catalog and other things. So you might say, I want the contamination supply. So everything that we have in the contamination supply will be put in one of these barrels, okay? So that's basically how we've structured them. I remember the first time that I went to that warehouse, I was like, oh my God, there's a huge warehouse, where we have these things in one state. So moving at the epidemiology, this is what I will summarize. We did a study where we looked at some of these premises, and we found out that the introduction was from wild birds and was maintained in fomites, and then people kind of move it around, and rodents and wing. I mean, we were even testing air away from the houses, and we noticed that the virus did not move more than 80 meters away from the houses. You know how they've always talked about aerosolization, that it moves with aerosols and all that stuff. You know, it's something that people keep looking into and keep researching into. You know, it plays a component again, but it's not been validated completely. Okay, but we realize that biosecurity is what you know. Okay, we also learned that being in a control area, you have a highest risk of getting the disease. So if there's an infected premises, we draw 10-kilometer radius. If you are inside of that radius, the chances of you also being infected is extremely high. Okay, so we learned that. We also learned that dead birds disposal that are near bands are risky. Visitors do not change clothes, risky. Rendering trucks near bands, risky. Garbage trucks near bands, risky. All those things were risky activities. So from that, our ministry at that time, if you look at the 2014-2015 outbreak, was very, very mad, because a lot of the spread was lateral spread, which was moving from one premises to the other. So he wanted the industry to look at their biosecurity. And so the NPIP worked with the industry, the universities, the state, and they came up with this 14 biosecurity principle. So let me tell you again, as regulators, we as APHIS, veterinary services, we wanted to go out there and say, this is what you must do, this and that. Some of us, being the poultry folks in the agency, gave advice to say, no, we have to work with our industry. We have to let them come work with us. Let them tell us what are the factors that are needed for them to work on. It's not as if they don't know this. They were overwhelmed with this virus. So when we talk about biosecurity, it's not as if they were not practicing biosecurity. It was that the virus overwhelmed them, all right? When we sat to work with each other, okay, the NPIP coordinator at that time was Dr. Dennis Hurd, and she worked with the industry and Elena, and I played a minor role into it, and this is what we came up with, okay? So if the industry, every premises is practicing this, okay, you have a better chance that you might not have the infection, all right? And we want this to be site-specific, because not every premises is going to be the same, okay? I just put you a picture here of a typical table-like facility. You know, this one is almost 3.5 million birds. I mean, that's how big it is, all right? So this is it. So Dr. Cara Cardone took those 14 principles and she put it in a pie chart for the ones that are most important. Strict perimeter buffer area, strict line of separation. This is a concept that we didn't used to implement, including Fidel, when I was a veterinarian going out there in the field. So let me give you a good example. The line of separation. So if you go to a farm and you have 3 houses, we want you to look at each houses differently. So if you go there and you're wearing PPE, you have to change your PPE to move from one house to the other. You can't treat them all as one house, okay? The perimeter buffer area is that you have to protect things that are risky to come to this farm. New concept. And for each of the premises in the United States, to the commercial premises, they have to show us this, all right? So the little story I will tell you is when I was a veterinarian, if I come to this farm and it's very cold, again, remember I told you I'm from the tropics, and it's minus 21 degrees, I drive my car. If I come and I look at your farm and you don't have a gate, I say, I drive close to this house, okay? And I get out of the car, it's too cold. I put my PPE, and I jump inside of the house. That's totally wrong. But I used to do that as a veterinarian. Okay, with this concept now, I can't do that. I have to do all that before I get into the house. Does that make sense? So we veterinarians sometimes contribute in the spread of disease because of the things we do. Okay, so just wanted to share that with you. For outreach again, like I mentioned, we want to empower the producer. We want to inform. So it came a point where we were not communicating well to our producers. So for example, the disease was in Iowa, and Ohio is over here, and Ohio is asking us questions. What's happening in Iowa? You know, so, we gotta keep it private. we gotta only tell Iowa people, because if we tell them, we don't know what will happen, people, animal rights people, animal welfare people, they might go start sabotaging things. Then we came to realize that no, The more you tell people, the more you open and tell them what is happening, then they are better prepared. Because guess what? You cannot protect the geography. There might be a producer who is driving from Ohio to Iowa that's going to be driving back to Ohio. And if you did not tell him that, oh, this place that you're driving to, they have an infected premises there, he might drive and take the virus and bring to Ohio. So that was a big lesson we learned, that we have to be transparent. We have to talk and share information to everyone. Not only poultry growers, electricians, people who come and check your water meters. We have to tell them what is going on to prevent the spread of disease, okay? So that's a summary on that, the big time for the education side. On the average, do you know whose picture used to be here? John. I took his picture out and I put our new CVO. Okay, our new CVO now is Rosemary, and you all know her. Okay, our communication to our producers starts from her. It has to be consistent message that comes from her to me, to everybody else in the agency on how we communicate, right? So we were fortunate that during the Newcastle disease outbreak in 2002, 2003, the government gave us money to develop an outreach campaign because those people that were involved in that outbreak just don't have enough education to understand biosecurity. From that, we built a huge outreach campaign. And let me share this again so that, because we're all the same in all these countries. They gave us 4.6 million. That's when I was hired. I was the one that they taxed that money to work with our legislative and public affairs. You know what? The states came to me and said, oh, you should give our own money. We can develop our own outreach in our state. We made a decision to say no. Because if we give you 12,000, we give you 50,000, you're going to come back and ask us for 12,000 next month or next year. So we said we're going to design a USDA outreach campaign that everybody can benefit from. Okay, big lesson. And guess what? It's been so successful, all right, because it starts with us. And so Congress gives us money for that, you know, so we don't have to be obligated to the states now. So they come to us and then they can take it. They too have money and they can take it and do what they want. In this outreach campaign, like I share with you, you don't need to reinvent anything. Anything you need on an outreach campaign, you go to this website. You need anything, talk to us. We can give you the stencil. You can put some secret logo on it. There's so many countries I will share this with because we all are to fight avian influenza. If somebody has done it better, why do I need to reinvent? Correct? So this has been a very successful. They're the ones that came up with this. You know, we have public information officers for all 50 states. They're the ones who taught us on coming on, looking for signs, reporting sick birds. You see how they came with the funny logos? Okay, this is huge. Then we move into the defend the flock, and we're kind of going back to this. This is for the backyard premises that usually do not have this type of education. Okay. Again, funding. I'll move through this. See, it cost us a lot of money. Direct cost was 1.6 billion. Economic-wide was 3.5 to 5 billion. We had about 18 countries that basically just banned the entire United States, and we had about 38 countries that banned just at the state level. And then we had about 100 countries that did nothing to us, okay? Remember, the 183 member countries on the war. St. Lucia just become the 183rd country, okay? So that's what happened to us. This is huge. All our producers now have this. So when we come to their premises for a response, they know that we're going to detect, we're going to quarantine, we're going to appraise, we're going to depopulate, we're going to compensate them, we're going to dispose, we're going to test the environment, we're going to test, restock, and then we teach them biosecurity. So they know that this is what is going to happen to them, so they're not that confused. Okay, so we've produced this and shared with all our producers. Okay, you guys can read some of the gaps that you can learn just because of time. So like I said, this presentation can be shared with you all. Because of time, I'm just going to move a little bit here. Again, just to summarize, 24 hours is extremely important for the population. Communication is critical to all producers, to everyone. Response planning has to be critical. You have to exercise your plans. Payment of indemnity is extremely important. We streamline the process. Oh, man. You know, remember, you go to a producer, you say you're going to pay them for indemnity, and it takes you 3 months to pay them. Remember, that guy has to pay his mortgage. He has to pay tuition for his kids in college. We government, we're taking too long to give them this money. So we had to go back and say, how do we streamline that process? And it's helped us tremendously, and everybody is kind of happy. You will never be 100 people 100% happy, but we have improved a lot as a government entity in paying indemnity and compensation. So to conclude that presentation, we continue to develop other HPI-related policy. The big one that if you want to make money is figure out if you can come up with how to depopulate this big premises with a lot of birds, how you can do it faster, you will become a millionaire. If any of you here have children or you're an engineer and you can think about that, you will become it, because that's the biggest challenge today, is how do we go to some of these premises with 5 million birds, 1 million birds, to depopulate them as quickly as possible. It's been a challenge, but now we use something called ventilation shutdown. Okay, you guys know a little bit about that. So we want research again and looking into that. We continue to do our wild bird surveillance. That's helped us tremendously to know what is going on, where the wild birds are, what prevalence we're seeing, where the environment is being contaminated. So you have a huge wild bird surveillance that we do, and I'll talk to you a little bit on that. So again, we think we're very well prepared. Looking at all our experiences, we responded rapidly to eradicate the disease. You could see what I mentioned to you. Our inventory is still intact. Okay, we're doing okay. We're a member to the WOA, so we share our responsibility in reporting the disease as quickly as possible. All right. So for us, we feel our food supply is safe, okay, because of what we've been doing. And then CDC helps us to tell us that the virus, so I want you to understand this. We share the virus with CDC. CDC does their testing to see that the virus is not changing to become a virus that can be pandemic. All right, so it is still low in terms of the infectivity to a human being. Okay, and so we continue to do everything to support our producers and our state, because without that support, we're going to be chasing this disease. All right, good. Now I'll go to the third presentation. This third presentation, you guys wanted to know how we handle all the different flux in the United States, or all the different flux that everybody have all over the world. All right, so before I start this presentation, I'm just going to go through just telling you where we are today with the HIPAA 2022-2024. Then look at the World Organization of Animal Health definition of poultry, the incubation period, reporting, recovery status, classification of poultry and non-poultry, and then list of domesticated poultry species in the United States, and then how we do our testing. And then I'll walk you through the enhanced surveillance in the control area for commercial premises, enhanced surveillance in the control area for backyard premises. Okay, all right, so let's start. This is where we are today. This number has changed. What is that? This is like 172 now, 1,172 cases for 2022. We still have 48 states. Okay, so Louisiana and Hawaii have never had HIPAA. This is a comparison between 2014-15, and then you see what came into 2022-24. So you see Louisiana and Hawaii have not been affected. This is the epi curve. We went through our first year, so this is where we are in the second year. So if you compare this and this, you could see that we're not doing good in 2024 compared to 2023, right? So we had a few commercial premises or poultry premises that got infected, okay, recently. And then here we're almost about to declare freedom, and then all of a sudden we started having this, all right? We didn't follow this completely like we did for 2024. I mean, 2023 was a little light, but if you see, 2022 was when we had a higher peak, okay? Looking at the numbers. So when you look at it in terms of state, Minnesota again is number one, South Dakota, Pennsylvania, in terms of number of premises. You look at it, we have about, this number now is almost 508. This is like 499, and this is like 168 or something like that, okay? Remember, with the definition of poultry, you have to define flocks that are backyard non-poultry and the ones that are truly backyard poultry, and then commercial. So we have 1,172 confirmed cases in 48 states. So you can see the states, the color again tells you where we had most of the cases. In terms of production types, so backyard premises, more cases than anybody else. Go to commercial turkeys, commercial table eggs comes next, commercial airborne game birds. Guess what? In 2014, we didn't have, I think we have only like 1 or 2 cases on these guys. Okay, look at it this year, this 2022, 2024, almost 26 cases. So these are all the different production types. Okay, so you could see turkeys, table eggs, backyard is the most number of premises that we have. Looking at the numbers again in terms of affected by flock type. So if you see, we depopulated more with the table eggs because they have a lot of birds on their premises, followed by commercial turkeys, 14 million, commercial broilers, 6 million, backyard, 2-something million, and others, some duck farms. And the grand total, we're almost done 101 million. Is it million or billion? Okay, million. When you look at it in terms of the pie chart, in terms of cases, see backyard again is 55%. The next one is commercial turkeys, and then the next one is commercial pullets and layers. But when you look at the numbers, so in terms of birds that have been depopulated, affected, commercial layers and commercial pullets takes almost 77%. All right, and the next one will be commercial turkeys, insignificant for broilers. Like I said, we produce almost 9.3 billion broilers. For table eggs, produce almost 110 billion eggs. Okay, for turkeys, we have about 18 million turkeys that are processed. So big numbers. Just to share with you what I just shared with you again in terms of our inventory, looking at 2022, 2024. You see again, our inventory is still looking good, even though we've depopulated almost 101 million birds. Okay, table egg, for turkeys, still 7%, 93 is intact. This went up, okay, remember we had 10 point something, now it's 19 point something, okay, but still, we got almost 81% still doing okay. This 2.7 also went up, but guess what? No, this is down. We had 6.33% in 2014, 2015, and then this went up from 0.1 to 0.07. So it was 0.01 in 2014, 15. Now it's 0.07. Still insignificant. All right. So our inventory is still intact. So guess who is asking for vaccine all the time when you look at this inventory? The turkey folks and the layer folks. Okay. So the broader folks, nope. All right. Dr. Clifford is going to talk about that. Just wanted to show you comparison in terms of the 3 years that we've gone through this disease. Look at that, total cases in 2022, 306, 2023, 146, and in 2024, this is where we are, all right? So things are looking good, okay? Now we're in the summer period, things are quiet down a little bit, okay? And a lot of us are so happy because some of us have been working 24/7, 365 days a year. Takes a toll. Some of us are tired. We've been going through this outbreak now for 2.5 years. It's not easy. Wanted to move through this, and I wanted to share with you. You are a member of WOA. And if I looked at WOA, Mexico joined WOA before USDA, or before United States. Let me put it in correction. Okay? You were a member of WOA before United States of America. And you all are member of WOA. And this is the definition of poultry. Let me put it out here. All right? This is what is used to be the old definition with the things that have been, they took away backyard poultry in this definition. Do you know why? For the delegates who were at that meeting, which was a Zoom meeting in 2021 because of COVID, 165 member countries voted. Let me repeat it again. 165 member countries voted for this new definition. Okay, they took away backyard poultry in this definition because for those countries, 183 member countries, they have been having difficulties in defining what is backyard poultry. Okay, because the backyard poultry sector in so many countries is all over the place. Okay, and it's been difficult. And we have struggled with this for 20 years. And they said, oh, let's take that out of this definition. But guess what they created? They created a headache, okay, and gave a bullet that I'm going to show you the bullet. And this is the bullet in red. Look at what they put in this bullet. They say birds that are kept in a single household, the products of which are used within the same household exclusively are not considered poultry, provided that they have no direct or indirect contact with poultry and poultry facilities. This is a headache. You know why? You have Jorge Antonio Vargas Arana, man, that's 4 names, man, all right? He has 6 chickens in his backyard, 6 chickens. And he bought this nice property. He put these birds out there because he wants to enjoy them. So that when he wakes up in the morning with his pajamas, he can run back there and go get fresh eggs and come and go to his kitchen. You know, his wife takes it and they prepare eggs and they eat it. Where is saying that if you do that and you just eating those eggs in that household, that's not poultry. But guess what now? If Jorge takes a few eggs, now Jorge's 6 chickens are producing so many eggs, Jorge cannot eat them all. Okay? And Jorge decide that, oh, I'm going to go give 2 eggs to Hugo. All right? That definition is saying that if you do that, that premises becomes poultry. It's crazy. Okay? Look at all the cultures that you all have in your countries, including us. We have the 4-H programs where we try to teach young kids on how to become farmers. So you're telling me that a kid who goes and gets 6 chickens and the chickens start laying eggs and he says, oh, let me go give my friend. Now, that little farm with 6 chickens now is a poultry premises. Oh, it's going to impact trade. Oh my God, you cannot trade. When none of those eggs are going to get into a plane to come to Mexico, to go to Japan, to go to Taiwan, that's why this definition is a headache. Because they did not sit to think about it thoroughly. You know, they just, do you know that when you go to the notes, for some of you delegates, you included, some of you delegates who were in that meeting, you used to be a delegate. When they go and you look at this, they mention here their household. Do you know the word they put there was family? And a lot of them voted that, oh no, we don't like family, we should put household. Because if they had changed this word to family, then when Jorge takes that X to go give, say, Maria, Jorge will say, Maria is family to me. That should not be poultry. And it's causing everybody a headache. So I just want to share you that. And so we, United States, we are moving along to put a proposal, and we're working with you guys, other countries in the Americas, to say we need to change this because this is not good. All right? All right. This 3rd bullet stays the same. This 3rd bullet, they just changed some of this wording to make it read well. So if you have birds that you kept in captivity for other reasons, and they are show birds, racing birds like pigeon, you're showing them exhibition, zoological collection, birds, those are not poultry. Why? The word we all are using today that we say non-poultry. I used to say not poultry. And then all of a sudden, in 2022, 2024, everybody is using non-poultry. You know what I said to myself? I said, bet you the French people are the ones who came up with that. They didn't translate that word very well. Because non-poultry doesn't sound correct. Non-poultry. Have you ever heard the word non-poultry? It should have been not poultry. But we all are using non-poultry. And I don't know where it came from. I need somebody to help me out how they came up with that. All right? So non-poultry are pet birds, zoological collections, exhibition, show birds, racing birds, and the birds that you produce meat and eggs, and you consume those products by yourself, and you didn't share with people. So I just wanted to go through that with everyone. So that is the clean definition. And another thing that creates a problem. Look at this last bullet. Birds used for restocking supply of game or for the breeding for these purposes until they are released for captivity. This also is a headache. The countries that do hunting, remember, there are premises that they just raise birds to go hunt. Okay? They have all these quails, and you come there and you hunt them. If you shoot them, they fly, they don't die, they're wild birds. So why will you call them poultry? Okay, not all the countries have this culture. The Americans do, a few Europeans. So we're saying that this is incorrect. Either they put in here that birds that are raised specifically for release should not be considered poultry. because they're captive birds, the pheasants, the chocolates, the ostrich, the quails. You can tell me that you go to a premises and they raise them just for hunting and they are poultry. That's not correct, all right? So we're challenging that too. Just want to share that with you guys. Incubation period has been moved to 14 days. I explained that to you instead of 21. Reporting. Remember now, people will say, oh, you don't need to report low pad anymore. That's incorrect. You still have to report low pad. It has a consequence in human beings, all right? So if that low pad is infecting humans, that low pad is creating problems, you got to report that, all right? So people should know that. But the focus now, the chapter now focuses on AI, high pathogenicity avian influenza. So if you go to this chapter before, the definition of AI was low pathogenicity, H5, H7, and high pathogenicity. Now, the definition is high pat. So they're focusing on what it used to be before 2004, 2005, because they came to realize that when they inserted low pat, it just brought so much issue in terms of trade. Even though the chapter says that you should not be placing trade restrictions when you diagnose low pad, countries were not following that. You have low pad, boom, they put you a trade ban, okay, which was wrong. But countries were doing that. So I'm just happy that the WOA folks listened to that and took that away. So the focus now is high pad, okay? Remember, for the purpose of international trade, a country should not impose trade bans in response to a notification of infections with either high pad or low pads other than poultry. So which means if you have high pad in pod birds, in show birds, in exhibition birds, in wild birds, that should not prevent trade. And you should not be putting any trade impact. And so the WOA also says that no country can declare themselves free of AI in wild birds. Correct? Those are the reservoir of the virus. So you can sit there and say that I don't have AI. I remember one time I was working in one country and I said, oh, we don't have AI. I said, oh my God, so God created you and didn't give you wild birds? Am I right? So you exist as a country, you don't have wild birds? There's no country in this world that doesn't have wild birds, correct? Even in Antarctica, we have penguins there, correct? You know, so I was like, where did you come up with that? That you don't have wild birds, you don't have AI? That's crazy. Okay, so just wanted to share that. Another thing is, this one is huge. Before, you used to declare free status after 90 days. This one was also things that we ask. How did you come up with 90 days? It was an arbitrary number. So they just doubled the incubation period and now it's 28. That's a huge change, which has been good for all countries, all right? And it says, after stamping out policy has been completed and after the last affected establishment, poultry, okay, this is not about non-poultry. I've been cleaned and disinfected. You can self-declare freedom, okay? So I just wanted to share that so we're all on the same page. So this is what we did. In the United States, when this new chapter came out, revised in 2021, we started implementing it in June of 2021. Usually they will wait to implement it in January 1st of 2022. We called WOA and said, hey, you guys change this chapter, can we start implementing? They say, yeah. We say, okay. We had to come up now, how do we help our citizens, our states in deciding what is poultry and what is non-poultry, all right? So we went to the glossary and looked at a certain definition. So do birds live independent of direct human supervision, control? If it's yes, those are wild birds. Okay, birds that you don't have control over. Do you know what I'm talking about? They have people, in some of these are backyard premises, and let me be transparent with you. In some of these states where they have land, somebody will buy this big property, he builds his pond, beautiful property, has a pond, you know, he has his binoculars, then he go buys a few chickens and he puts them around. And then guess what? The wild birds come, he has his binoculars, he's enjoying the wild birds, right? And then the wild birds are coming and commingling with his backyard poultry, you know, and then they're stealing their feed. Then in 1 week, they call, my birds are dying. And then, so when I was looking at some of the APs, I said, oh my God, this is really what is happening. You know, the wild birds are now bringing the disease, infecting their gallinaceous birds, and they're dying. This is a reality that is happening because people, I listened to public radio one day. I was driving from Ohio back home to Maryland.
And I came and found out that there is a researcher in the University of in Cornell University that tracks people who are tracking wild bird migration. And if they see if in their property they don't see a bird that came last year and it did not come this year, they fill a paperwork and they send it to her. I say, oh my God, and I see how we're getting all this backyard infection. Because these wild birds, people were creating their environment to attract these wild birds to come to their property. Okay? That's just the nature of the beast, and that's a reality I'm sharing with you. So a lot of those are backyard findings are from those type of premises a lot. Okay. Do birds on the premises live under direct supervision of a human being, control and belong to species of aphids and poultry? If there's yes, you keep moving. If no, they're captive wild birds. Okay. So when you continue down, so we're trying to differentiate what is woa poultry and what is woa non-poultry. All right. Are there exhibition birds, show birds? You move down and you say, okay, let's keep going. Okay, it's a wonderful flow chart that has helped us. Do they have evidence in producing eggs and meat? And they sold within 14 days. If it's yes, the poultry. That's that producing products that you eat in your household. If no, you keep moving down. Is there evidence that they have signs? I mean, let me be transparent with you guys. We will have some of these backyard premises and we're doing the AP, and then we'll realize that, oh my God, this guy has 100 birds on his premises, and he has a big sign on his driveway that come buy eggs, come buy eggs. When we see that, we cannot protect that because it means that there's so many people that when they are moving into that premises or possibility to spread disease, that becomes poultry. That's how we, United States, has been transparent in not interpreting the WOA definition. Okay, and in that instance, we'll call that a poultry premises instead of saying it's a non-poultry. All right, and so then we move down again to say, has direct or indirect contact likely occurred between the flock and any other poultry premises and adjacent premises, transfer of poultry or poultry products directly from? If all that has happened, premises 14 days on onset of clinical and household employment of poultry industry, all does not happen, that's WOA poultry. If it's happened, that's poultry. If it's yes, poultry. If it's not, it's non-poultry. So this flow chart was shared with some other countries, was shared domestically to help them make that delineation between poultry and non-poultry. Okay. We also had to make a decision, what is poultry? So if you look at your regulation, our regulation gives us a mandate on poultry. It does not give us a mandate on non-poultry, which means we can depopulate poultry. The mandate did not tell us that we can go depopulate non-poultry. So we had to come up with a list of what is domestic poultry to us. So I'll give you a good example. If you have an emu on your property and you just have that emu because it's an ornamental bird, it's not doing anything to you, it's not producing eggs, you don't have it for food, that's not poultry to us. But if you have that emu and that emu is laying you eggs and you're eating, am I right? And then, oh, you kill some of them to eat meat, that becomes poultry. So we had to make those delineations because some of these birds, rheas, I mean, what is the other one that looks so beautiful? What is that one again? What is it? Okay, ostriches. Okay, so far these ones are producing meat and eggs, and you're eating them, they become poultry. But if they're just there to beautify your property, they're not poultry. Does that make sense? So chickens, guinea fowl, Indian people. So we had to come up with a list because you know what had happened? People will call us to come depopulate these things when they didn't do anything to them. It's money to government, and then they didn't impact the disease in any way. So we had to come up with a list on that. Okay. In terms of diagnostics, in terms of all these promises, how we handle them again, gallinaceous birds, we use ELISA and AGID and HI to confirm. On gallinaceous bird, RT-PCR, cloacal oropharyngeal swabs. On non-gallinaceous bird, ducks, cloacal swabs, virus isolation for geese and other miscellaneous species, and then environmental swabs, you have to use virus isolation, all right? In terms of our molecular diagnostics, this again just explains that chart that I kind of showed to you where for RT-PCR, it goes from the NOR lab, goes to MVSA for confirmation, then MVSA can do the home genomic sequence, can serotype and tell us the pathogenicity and all that, all right? So that's what that is written in words, okay? So in looking at how we handle different flocks, remember, we do have commercial premises, we do have backyard premises that can be what? Raw poultry and non-poultry. All right. And then we also have non-poultry premises. How do we handle all these premises? So a lot of times the question from what you guys ask is, how do we do enhanced surveillance in the control area? Remember, I'm using the word enhanced surveillance because in the United States, we have a routine avian surveillance program every day. So we're looking for AI every day. Enhanced surveillance is what we apply during an outbreak, which means we're doing above and beyond the regular routine surveillance. All right. So when we create that control area, how we go in there to do surveillance is different from when we're just doing surveillance every day that I did in the first presentation. Make sense? So before I go into that, I just want to share with you the zones. Am I right? Just an overview of the zones. We have infected premises, contact premises, free premises, at-risk premises, monitor premises, okay, buffer zone, vector zone. So I just want to show you that. And this is what they represent. Infected zone is the zone immediately surrounding infected premises. The buffer zone is a zone that is adjacent to the infected zone. Control area is the buffer zone and the infected zone. Surveillance zone is the zone around closer to the control area, and the free area is part of the surveillance zone. So let me show you the sizes that we use in the United States. Oh, okay. All right. Let me show you what we use in the United States in terms of the numbers. So, United States, for our infected zone, we have picked 3 kilometers. That's 1.86 miles. All right. For the buffer zone, we use 7 kilometers. That's 4.35 miles. For the control area, it's a 10 kilometer, which is 6.2 miles, which is this infected zone for buffer zone. You combine them two. All right. So that's what we have put, a 10 kilometer radius for every infected premises. That's where we go. The surveillance zone is what we put outside the control area, which can be 10 kilometers. And sometimes we extend this to 20 kilometers based on the epidemiology. We can go in an area where the capacity of commercial premises are so many in the free area that we want to increase this to make sure that the disease is not spreading, correct? So we're looking into that. So that's what we use in terms of our numbers, okay? What I want everybody to understand is, in those zones, there was a time that countries used to look at, oh, if we have an infected premises, we're just going to go and kill everything around the 1 kilometer radius. We used to look at it to almost 2 kilometers preemptive killing because you don't want the disease to spread. And then we started realizing that that's not based on science, that's based on fear. And I'm going to work with you on the secure poultry supply plan, the science that came behind to say you can continue business even around the infected premises, all right? So work on that. So I just put you definition of what an infected premises is, what a contact premises is, what an at-risk premises is, what a monitor premises is, and what are the free premises. With that time, you guys can read that later. All right. So now, when we have an infected premises, the first thing we put an infected 10 kilometer radius, and then we also create a surveillance zone around it. Okay, that's the first thing we do. All right. The next thing we do is we do passive surveillance around that control area, and then we do active surveillance. And that active surveillance is based on also looking at all this case definition. So we go to the farms that are showing us this case definition to look at them quickly before we go to the others, all right? Okay. Bird selection. When we're looking at surveillance of sampling of commercial premises in the control area, we're going to sample every commercial premises in the 10 kilometer radius, okay? That's what we're going to do. We look at the 95% confidence, 40% prevalence, okay, making sure that the sensitivity of the test is 85%. So we target sick birds. We do 2 pool specimen tubes with up to 11 birds per specimen per tube when we're putting them in a 5.5 ml virus transmod media, all right? If we're using 5 birds in the pooling, we put them into a 3 ml 5 virus transmod media, okay? So that's what we do. We did a test. Remember, the RT-PCR was validated for 5 swabs. And countries have asked us, how did you guys go into 11 swabs? Guess what? We have ARS, our Agricultural Research Services, we have NBSL. We took that to them because you know what it does? It reduces the cost of sampling by 50%. So if you can put 11 swabs per tube instead of 5, you've reduced your cost per test by 50%. So the industry was pushing us APIs. Oh, can you guys do the research? They did the research for us. All right. And they came back. That's the whole presentation I can give you guys. And they came back. There was no significant difference in terms of the statistical analysis that they did. All they did then now was they increased the size of the tube to put the 11 swabs in it instead of the 3.5 ml. Correct? So that research is out there. If you guys need it, I can send it to Maria and Cristobal to share it with you guys. Okay. So the research is out there already published. So that's what we do. Of obtaining specimen, we always try to obtain from sick or dead birds because there's no need for you wasting time to collecting samples from healthy birds. Even though later on some of them might become infected, we want to know now what is going on. So we try to focus on the sick and dead birds when we're collecting samples, all right? If we don't have enough sick and dead birds, even if we have 1 or 2 sick birds, we want to mix that swab with other birds that look healthy in order to spread your chance of making sure that when you test that sample, you're going to find AI, okay? Using those confidence and prevalence and sensitivity of the test. For gallinaceous birds, we use oropharyngeal swabs. So our enhanced surveillance in the United States during an HPAI outbreak is RT-PCR testing. Get it? Serology does not tell you anything during an outbreak when you're dealing with a high pathogenicity avian influenza. Serology tells you history. What are you doing with history? It's too late. RT-PCR tells you whether those birds are secreting or shedding virus at the time that you're testing them. That's how sensitive it is. If you take serology, it might be telling you that the birds were infected 20 days ago. Okay, it's showing you seroconversion, and then they might not be shedding virus. Does that make sense? We want to know whether they're sharing virus because that's where you're having a risk. That's why we don't move birds from infected premises because the chances of you spreading the disease is a lot. We saw that in Canada. We learned from that from other countries that, oh my God, because guess what? The program that I told you in the first presentation used to be designed as a serologic program, okay, to collect samples in the processing plant. When we learn about AI in other countries where, wow, by the time you're collecting samples from the processing plant, you've moved infected birds and you've spread the disease. So it became where RT-PCR is the test we use for movement. If you want to move things, you got to test. It's a very expensive test, but you saw the money that they gave us that is helping, okay? That's what is going to prevent you from spreading the disease. Oh my God, John. John is killing me here. Okay, all right. Bird selection. I just talked about that. Again, we target 6 birds. We do cloaca samples. So for suspect premises, we test them. Frequency of testing, once. Contact premises, we test them every other day. At-risk premises, once every 5 to 7 days, minimum of 3 rounds. Monitor premises, once every 5 to 7 days, minimum of 3 rounds. This will go through the duration of the quarantine. This will be 14 days until temperate. I mean, this will go 14 days if negative, you know. So this is how we test those different type of premises, whether they're suspect, contact, at risk, monitor, okay? Surveillance, commercial premises in surveillance zone. In the surveillance zone, within the 72 hours of the outbreak, okay, we're gonna put basically a surveillance zone around those premises. That's really the free area. But we're gonna go there and we wanna demonstrate that that free area is free of disease, all right? And we wanna provide that evidence. So we'll go there and we make sure that we collect samples, okay? And then we put information out to tell our producers to report for us if birds are sick or not. So when we go in there, we're gonna collect samples and basically at a minimum, you know, we select minimum number of premises. So we don't go to the surveillance zone and survey all commercial premises. We pick a certain number based on the epi, all right? And this is what it is. We use this table on the surveillance zone. If there are 11 or less birds, we sample all of them. If there are 12 or 15 birds, we do 13. So this is what we use, okay? And this is based again on the 95% confidence of detecting at least 1 infected premises when the prevalence is 10%. So that's what our epidemiologists they help us to come up with this. So that's what we do. Remember, the surveillance zone is a free area, okay? The 10 to 20 kilometer radius that you put around the control area. How do we survey? Okay, the same thing, we collect the samples the same. The one big thing we've learned is waterfowl. In the 2014-15 outbreak, we didn't have waterfowl problems. And then, boom, 2022, 2024, we had waterfowl premises, and there was a lot we didn't know about waterfowl. I mean, I can show you guys a story. I mean, we went to a premises, a big like a company owned by a family. And guess what? One of them is a veterinarian. And we're sitting on the phone with him to try to decide how we sample them. That veterinarian gave us a lecture. And then we came to realize that we, USDA, we had not really looked at sampling of waterfowl. Remember, waterfowl shed avian influenza intermittently. They don't shed avian influenza like gallinaceous birds we do. So the numbers we were using for gallinaceous birds were wrong to use for waterfowl. So we increase our numbers now for waterfowl. Instead of 30 that we sample per house, for waterfowl, we do 35. Okay, because we studied that, that's what we need to do. Okay, so big lessons learned dealing with waterfowl premises. So we collect for waterfowl 5 bird pool, okay, and we focus again on sickle-dot birds. All right, so that's what we do. On backyard premises, the big thing for us for backyard premises is that we look at the database of the backyard premises that are in that control area. And then basically we select the minimum number of premises to sample. And basically we do a phone call because we came to realize that backyard premises were taking a lot of resources from us. Picture, there might be a farm in Washington State that is 300 miles away from any of our offices. And you want somebody to drive for 300 miles to go collect samples on a farm that has 20 birds? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? So we had to make some tough decisions, and we say, okay, guess what? They called us that the birds were sick, so we can call them, and if they tell us that the birds are sick, we send somebody to go collect samples. Does that make sense? So we're not just going to take resources and waste them like that. So we base on phone calls. We will focus on farms that are closer to waterways, because they are closer now to wild birds that might flying close to their premises. So that's how we look at backyard surveillance. And then we will sample the ones that said they're sick or they have dead birds, okay? And when you're looking at the numbers, we have a chart again for you to select the birds that you want to sample for the backyard surveillance, okay? So basically, if there are above 500 birds on that premises, we sample 20, okay? So use science. Why? Control area release. Remember, when we put that control area, we have to release that control area. Okay, why? Because when we put a control area, we stopped everything. We stop movement. The only time you can move, you have to have a permit. It's a lot of work. So if you have an infected premises and you put a control area and they have 40 commercial premises where birds are moving to lay, birds are moving to processing, birds are moving to the hatchery. How do you allow all those people to keep doing their job when they are inside of a control area? We have to come up with science about that. Okay, so a lot of times, remember that sampling that the company is sampling birds moving to slaughter, we don't pay for that. Okay, and that's a lot of money for them because each of them have to be sampling. Okay, because we don't want to spread the disease, and I'll walk you through that. So that's why we look at how we handle a control area. We try to make sure that we can release that control area. And this is the flow diagram to show you that. So remember, birds become infected, okay? They quarantine, they depopulated, they dispose, bam. Initial virus isolation, you're composting them in the house, so you dispose them. So basically, we make sure that you clean all the equipment that you use for all that. 14 days goes by, control area is released, you're not having any positive in that control area, okay, you release it, and then the quarantine for non-infected premises in the control area may be released, surveillance testing continues in the surveillance zone, things like that, all right? So that's basically how we look at it and we release that control area, okay? So this is show you the title again. This is quarantine movement of poultry and poultry products in an HPAI event. So remember I told you that when you put a control area around an infected premises, some countries looked at depopulating 1 kilometer radius, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. That was crazy. So, may God bless his soul. This guy, Mr. Freedom, he looked at his table like industry and he said, can we look at this based on science? And they said that. I said, may God bless his soul, because he's dead. COVID killed him. Okay. And I remember there was a meeting that John went to Minnesota during the 2014 and 15 outbreak. And John was trying to talk to the industry. And Mr. Frieder stood up and told John to say, can we look at this concept of continuity of business? And I sat in that meeting and I looked at Mr. Friedel. I said, don't talk to John, go talk to your state vet. He stood up and he cussed me out. He did not understand that what I was trying to tell him was that the states are the ones that are going to be responsible in implementing this, because the states have a mandate not to spread disease from one state to the other or inside the state itself. We come in for the interstate movement to protect other states. So I was just trying to tell him that if you go sell this idea to the states, veterinarians, you will have a better success with it. 4 years later, we met in the meeting. He came and hugged me and apologized. That, Fidel, I did not see your vision, because he didn't realize that I used to be at the state level before I came to the federal level, correct? To let him know how important that is. This has been one of the most important things. It consumes so much resources. How do you allow business to continue in a control area? And I'm going to move on it fast. Remember, we've talked about putting all these zones, all right? Okay. Quarantine is you fundamentally trying to prevent disease from spreading. Movement, you try to put permits. So they have to test before they move. That's the big concept, all right? Okay, we go into continuity of business, is how they all keep doing business while they're in that control area, all right? And then we move into how does continuity business work with quarantine? Again, it deals with the different premises, contact premises, suspect premises, infected premises. Remember, nothing moves from the infected premises, because guess what? They're infected, we're going to kill them, depopulate them. But you might have a monitor premises, or you might have a contact premises. That contact premises means that premises had some relationship with the infected premises, whether it was an employee, whether it was a feed truck, whether it was a person that went in there to check their light bulb. Okay, the EPI will tell us that, which means then when we identify that this premises is contact, remember, they're not showing any clinical signs. How do we do surveillance for that type of premises to allow them to continue their business? Okay, so that's what this is all about. Okay, so what we did was we engaged scientists, researchers. They looked at the virology of AI. They look at flock husbandry. They look at epidemiology. This is the big one. Risk assessment. They did so many risk assessments to give the confidence for us to allow those movements, all right? And those movements, all of them come with testing, except, sometimes the movement of conveyances, moving trucks, those kind of stuff, all right? So we want to provide a high degree of confidence that the poultry industry and poultry products that are moved into domestic market channels do not contain the virus. That's the goal in this movement, all right? So when we look at it, it was a public-private partnership. We had to work with industry. We had to work with researchers. We had to work with the universities to make this work, all right? So when we look at it, risk assessment, proactively we determine the risk. We determine surveillance requirement, how frequently we're going to collect samples. We look at the biosecurity. Okay, is it appropriate, all right, for whether it's a person going to the farm to give feed? How do we then tell him to come out of that control area when he's going somewhere else? Okay, the biosecurity measures that they got to prevent. Cleaning and disinfection, how they're going to do that in terms of equipment. And this is what I will share. You know how we go to tell the producers that you must clean your equipment? No. Clean and disinfection. We tell them how to clean this stuff, and you cannot share. It's a lie. When you go to a producer and you tell them that, oh, you cannot share your equipment with another person, you're the regulator, you are really crazy. Everybody does not have money the same. There might be equipment that is $1 million to purchase. Do you think all of them have $1 million to purchase that equipment? No. So what is the better language that you tell them? If you want to share that equipment, you must clean and disinfect it. Does that make sense? Then you will get compliance better than to tell them something that they're not able to do. then they're going to be doing it behind you and they spread disease. I just want to share that communication with you, that you have to learn how you communicate what you want them to do. It's the same thing that we tell them to clean. We've learned that you just can't tell them to clean. You have to go teach them, because if I go to your house and you come to my house and I tell you that my house is cleaner than yours, okay, you might look at mine and say, oh, my house is cleaner than yours. We bring a third party, you might say, his house is cleaner than mine. Because looking at what is clean is different from everybody. Okay, so you have to go teach them how to clean. That's another thing that we've learned. All right, so we look into all that. So we have a secure X supply plan. We have a broader supply plan. With time, you guys can go on the internet, just type in poultry supply plan. You will come up with all the plan. The University of Minnesota and our CR folks in Fort Collins are the ones that put all this together. Okay. On biosecurity, we make sure that the trucks and the drivers maintain serious biosecurity. Permitting, again, they have to meet the requirement of testing. Sometimes we have a movement delay where we test, we hold to see that those birds don't come out positive the next day before we allow that product to move. Does that make sense? So it's a very unbelievable stuff. I can't go through this with you, but you could look at it and then you realize all the decisions that are made before that movement can happen. All right? So sampling, again, is done by a state or regulatory folks. All right? And then has testing done, the same thing, we correct, it's all PCR testing. And so, for example, if we're moving turkeys, poults to a brooder house, you just need a 1 PCR test. If we're moving meat broilers and turkeys to slaughter, 2 PCR tests prior to movement. So we have all those directives in there, okay? So layer flocks, positive, you stop. Okay, if not positive, they gotta get a permit, they move and they go, okay? Just some of the risk assessment. Pressurized liquid egg, is that risky or not? It's not, okay? Negligible risk. Non-pressurized liquid eggs, still negligible risk, all right? Let me look at it. Wash, sanitize egg, low risk. Day-old chicks, negligible risk. So we've done all this risk assessment to help us make those decisions. And we have not transferred disease. We have even caught a situation where if we did not do this, we could have taken disease from one state to the other, or we can take disease from premises to premises. So just wanted to show you that we have a whole group that manages this through our EMS 2.0. We're transitioning from EMS to something else. They are all located in Fort Collins. So the state original premises goes to the destination premises. It might be an interstate or interstate movement. Okay. Again, examples of permit movement: hatching eggs moving to a hatchery, nest run eggs, product moving out of the control area or inside of the control area. So these are all the different movements that take place that require a lot of testing, okay? And this is a summary of basically what it is. So the continuity of business has helped us tremendously. You request for a permit, it is reviewed. So the state that is moving to has to approve it, okay? So it's all computerized. The results of the testing has to be in there for them to sign, to say, okay, we need that product to come into our state, okay? So takes a lot of people. In 2014 outbreak, we did about 7,000 permits, did not move AI. You could see all the different direct to farm, direct to processing, direct to landfill. We didn't move AI, okay? You're looking at 2022, 2024, the same thing, we've not moved AI. Look at the amount of permits, 22,000, we did 7,000 in 2014, we moved up to 22,000. Look at that, almost 403 items that have moved from states. And we've not transferred disease. A lot of testing and validation, okay? And with that, I will just conclude that this has been one of our unbelievable invention based on science that has helped us to continue business during an HPI event. With that, let me have Dr. Clifford come in and talk about vaccine. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's your, almost, it's gonna come up. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, thanks, everybody. And it's good to be back in Mexico again. It's been probably quite a few years since I've been here with you all. And I've always enjoyed my trips here to Mexico and working with Senacica and Sagarpa. So I want to make it clear, I'm not speaking on behalf of APHIS when it comes to vaccine. Although I say that, I'm speaking on behalf of USAPEAC. But most of what I've got to say, I know that APHIS concurs with many of these things, with their current stance, I should say. So within the U.S. industry, as Fidel had already indicated, the layer industry in the U.S. wants to vaccinate their layers. I understand why. The turkey industry wants to vaccinate their turkeys if there's no disruption in trade. The broiler industry doesn't want vaccination, period, especially if it affects trade, but they're not going to vaccinate even if it didn't affect trade, because those broilers in the US live to be about 6 weeks old. You're not going to vaccinate 6-week-old bird, a bird for 6 weeks. The breeding industry in the US is dead set against the use of vaccine. So I just want to lay that ground foundation for you. So to use high-path avian influenza vaccine for H5 or even low-path vaccine, H5, H7, period, it requires APHIS approval in the US to use that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is to use it in a state. The state animal health official or the state veterinarian that we would refer to in the US also has to approve its use in that state. High-path avian influenza in the United States is called a select agent. Now, what that really means is and a lot of the transboundary diseases we worked with are what we refer to as select agents in the United States. It means they're scrutinized more with relationships to what research can be done and how it can be done. And so the control is much stricter on its use. Therefore, I mentioned over here, H5 has been removed from that select agent list temporarily in order to allow more research and development to be done without having to check all the boxes it normally check. Okay, because those boxes are really strict. And so it inhibits research on that. But the other thing is when you use an AI vaccine for H5 or H7 in the US, you have to account for every dose of vaccine. Every animal that's vaccinated has to be identified, including poultry. Now, I didn't mean in that poultry process, you would have to literally put an ID on that. You could do that by lots, but they've got to know how much vaccine was used in every house within that facility. And that would include dairy cattle, and those would have to be individually identified. All right, so the World Organization, especially in the last chapter that they produced for avian influenza, said vaccine should be able to be used without disruption to trade. But there's a piece to that everybody needs to realize. That is, if you have a surveillance system that can detect active virus in a vaccinated flock. There is currently no international surveillance system that is accepted by all countries. None at this point in time. The US has looked at this and determined that with the current surveillance and the numbers that you saw with Fidel producing with our surveillance program, that we would have to do as much as 20 times more than what we're currently doing in order to make sure that we detect virus in a vaccinated flock. USDA APHIS Veterinary Services over a number of years, since the 2014-15 outbreak, in the beginning of that, we probably had 5 countries we had zoning agreements with. We now today have 80. And those zoning agreements are either at a 10-kilometer, a county, or a state level. And with Mexico, they go from a state level down to a county level. And most of them are at a county level zone. So we would need to be sure, if we're using vaccine in the layer industry and the turkey industry, that our major trading partners in most of these 80 agreements would agree to allow our products to still move unrestricted as they are today. Total exports of the US products is $6 billion. Okay? If we vaccinate for AI and we lose those 80 markets, That $6 billion is at risk. However, let's say for the sake of discussion, we lose all 80 markets. All of that product that goes internationally is now coming back onto the domestic market of the United States. And there will be an immediate loss in the first year of $18 billion domestically because in the drop in the price of chicken and poultry in the United States. It will cost 215,000 jobs in the US. In addition, if it's not restored within a year or two, our soybean and corn industry will suffer a $14 billion loss. So you look at those numbers. We're not against vaccination in other countries. We're not. But we're a major trading partner. Who produces more poultry in the world today? The US. Who's second? Brazil. Who ships the most internationally? Brazil. Who's second? The US. We have to protect those markets. Brazil doesn't vaccinate. Brazil today has not claimed to even have one infection within a commercial flock. So, you know, it's a competitive market. So we have to be looking at these things, but there's more to this. It's not just about international markets. So France started vaccinating their duck population. And they indicated that the cost of vaccination and surveillance that they're doing is $105 million US dollars for 64 million birds that they're vaccinating. If we use that same number that they're using and do that in turkeys and egg layers in the US, for the turkeys, it's going to cost $341 million a year. For the layers, it's 604 million. That's almost $1 billion just for vaccination. And it doesn't include what we believe is there's not adequate surveillance in France that at the level that it really needs to be done. And we could potentially add on almost as much as million dollars. I'm sorry, not billion, but $1 million, $400 or $500 more million just to make sure the surveillance program is adequate. So today, on an annual basis, the US government for indemnification, depopulation, cleaning and disinfection, or virus elimination, disposal, spends about $450 million a year. As a veterinarian, I wish we could vaccinate, but from an economic standpoint, it does not make sense in the US to vaccinate. Now, I'm not saying we won't ultimately vaccinate. It's a possibility. In the US, though, if we vaccinate, if we find an infection in a vaccinated flock, we're going to treat it like any other infected flock. That flock is going to be totally depopulated. If it's a layer operation with 5 million birds, 5 million birds are going to be depopulated. We're not going to allow those birds to live. We do not want a single case of avian influenza in our commercial industry, period, amen. So with regards to the dairy cattle issue is mainly a mastitis infection. There's some respiratory evidence there, but it's minimal. APHIS believes currently that this virus is being spread from dairy cattle mainly through the milk issues and believes that good biosecurity will help reduce this and eventually eliminate it. That's their current position. Now, the poultry industry is not against the dairy industry vaccinating. To date, I don't know that there's an actual vaccine that can be effective against eliminating mastitis in these dairy cattle. But we're really not against it unless it causes a disruption in trade. We do not want any disruption from the use of vaccine in dairy cattle on the poultry side. So we ask to our trading partners like Mexico, who is our major trading partner, do you think use of vaccine in dairy cattle would affect our trade? Do you see the use of vaccine in layers and turkey industry affecting our trade? These are questions that we need to have answered. And not just for Mexico, but for a lot of our trading partners before the industry is going to accept the use of vaccine in the US. And who's going to pay for it? You think the federal government's going to kick in that extra $1 billion to vaccinate those? I doubt it. They're already spending $450 a year, $450 million. I doubt that they're going to be willing to kick in 1.4 or $1.5 million to do it. It may reduce those numbers, and it will. So it may bring that 450 down to 100, 200 million, but it's still going to be there to some level. Anyway, with that, that was short, sweet, and that's what I got. Thanks.
So we're now open for questions.
Sí, gracias. El doctor Fidelis comentó que actualmente Can you hear me? El doctor Fidelis comentó que actualmente el periodo de incubación se maneja por WOHA con 14 días. Sin embargo, en las regulaciones de Estados Unidos se señala 21 días. ¿Está haciendo alguna adaptación sin cambiar la regulación? O sea, actualmente en Estados Unidos, ¿cómo están ajustando esa situación o los periodos de muestreo que se están efectuando están haciéndose cada 21 días? Gracias.
Yes. Yes, we've moved to implementing the 14 days incubation period. So when WOA pushed out the revision, we started implementing WOA 1st June of 2021. So that became effective. So when we started our work in 2022, we're using 14 days as the incubation period. So what I present to you is just to show you that this is what we had. And so our policy is implementing the new WOA standards. So it would take us some time to go through and change what we have in the FAT prep documents, in the MPIP to come to 14 days. But the policy allows us to use 14 days instead of 21. So we're implementing that right now.
Gracias. Okay, we have some questions. Dr. Fidelis, when you mention wild birds, you are considering only waterfowl or some other taxonomic orders?
So just because of time, I could not put the wild bird surveillance in this presentation. So we do have a wild bird surveillance that we do for all flyways. So we have the people always ask this question: what is the bird that we take samples a lot from? They are seriformis, so the ducks. Okay, so the dabbling ducks, all the different species of ducks, we do take samples from. So we from our wild bird surveillance, we have different watersheds in the United States. We look at our map. So we try to go to those watersheds where those birds come in to commingle, they sit there to do what they do, drink their water, eat their feed. That's what we're focusing on. So we have a list of the birds that we go collect. So we do hunter-harvest surveillance, which means during the hunting season. So when you look at the periods that we do surveillance, right now we started the surveillance for 2024, 2025, May 1. All right. So we're targeting almost 40,000 samples for the 2024-2025 season. And so when hunting starts this fall, we're going to be collecting samples from hunters who have shot wild birds and collect samples from them, all right?
we do morbidity and mortality events. So we have situations where somebody calls and say, oh, there are a lot of wild birds that died over here. We'll go there again and collect samples. We do sampling also from the birds that are being tracked, that they put responders on them. You know, when they fly all over the world, they go and collect them lively. So they do live surveillance. Yeah. So we do have a taxonomy for all the type of birds that we do surveillance. So, but when you look at our wild bird surveillance, we've found detections in 160 plus species of wild birds. Okay, so if you go on our website, you can see all that. So we have if you put on our website, you will see the wild bird target. We've sampled almost 7,000, we've found detection of almost 9,700 plus detections in wild birds.
Okay, thank you. Also, in the United States, is it allowed to feed cattle with manure and litter from poultry farms treated with high temperature?
Fidel is a chicken guy. I will give that to John to answer. You feed chicken manure to cattle, litter to cattle.
There has been some cases where litter has been used in some of these species, but it's also treated before it's used. So in other words, that manure would not be, or litter would not contain virus. It's treated. It's broken down further.
Okay.
It's heat treated.
Thank you. And we have another one. How is active surveillance done in vaccinated turkeys?
Okay. Guess what? We do not vaccinate for AR in the United States. Okay, we don't vaccinate for hyper. When I mention about vaccination, remember the H5H7 is the two serotypes that have the potential to mutate to a hyper. The vaccination that I mentioned for turkeys is the swine lineage. So the swine lineage virus, the H1s and the H3s, turkey breeders are vaccinated for that because when they get that infection, it reduces their egg production. It doesn't kill them, all right? So that's the one that we do vaccinate for. That's not a program disease. APHIS doesn't have control over, WOA doesn't have control over, nobody has control over because it is not a requirement not to do that, correct? So that's not something that is heavy on the APHIS. So that's what the industry does, correct? The ones that have turkey breeders that they need to vaccinate to prevent them to reduce their eggs that they produce. So it's not an issue.
Okay. ¿Alguien aquí? Okay.
Observando el número de casos confirmados en 22, 23, 24, se ve dramáticamente una caída en los números de más de la mitad cada año.
Your mic's off. Your mic is off, so they can't hear you. Oh, okay.
Okay. Sí, considerando los casos anuales confirmados en establecimientos comerciales que van de 2022 a 24 y que se ve francamente una caída, ¿cuáles serían de todas estas lecciones aprendidas las que fueron claves para que se diera esta caída tan dramática en el número de casos entre 22, 23 y 24?
The one biggest lesson it's not coming out. Okay. Oh. Okay. The one biggest lesson, we're still trying to do the data analysis, is killing those birds fast. Okay. The one thing that we've implemented in this outbreak that when we started was a huge debate with veterinarians, huge debate inside of our agency itself, is what we call ventilation shutdown. I remember during Dr. Clifford's time as a CVO in 2014, 2015, Europe has started using ventilation shutdown. We saw the article and we brought it and said, can we think about this? This is especially in those big tablet facilities. And it met a lot of resistance because the people who are veterinarians that are into animal welfare, animal rights, they were fighting against that. All right. And so we had to take it to the American Veterinary Medical Association, who comes up with guidance on euthanasia and mass depopulation. And they gave us the green light when we presented the data and looking at what other countries have been doing. So we have, I didn't put it in the presentation, we have a 6 criteria that a state has to use to request for ventilation shutdown before it can be allowed. Okay. And this is Fidel talking to you. I believe that ventilation shutdown helped us in this outbreak because we could put those premises down very fast. Remember, you know what ventilation shutdown is, correct? You shut down the fans, you add heat into it, and boom, the birds die, correct? That is one big success that I think then the second big success is biosecurity. Okay. We were overwhelmed in 2014-15 when we started looking at the biosecurity. So when we sent people out there, remember in 2014-15, there were a lot of veterinarians in APHIS, in the government side, the state side, that some of them had never gone into a poultry premises. And then when they went out there and they started seeing some practices of the industry, they realized that, man, biosecurity was written on paper, but it was not being implemented the way it was supposed to. So you could see where we had a lot of lateral transmission. That's when the administrator was so mad. And we had to come up with a regulation to say that we need you to implement this. If you don't, we might not pay you indemnity. That has been a big, big success. Okay. Industry increased their biosecurity practices. In this outbreak, we've had only about 18%. That is lateral transmission than the 80-something% we had in 2014. I mean, that's another big success. Another big success is the decisions we've made. Diagnosis. In the diagnosis, this is coming in and out. You know, we now, like I told you before, we now would act on a presumptive positive after the first case of a state. We always try for it to be confirmed at MBSR. We're realizing that no, if we have the first case that has been confirmed in the state, the second case we can act. We can all make an agreement that please let's depopulate instead of waiting another 24 hours and we're going to pay indemnity compensation.
I like just to add to that. So he mentioned the fact of the lateral spread. In 2014-15, we had 85% of our cases in Minnesota and Iowa that were directly related to lateral spread or biosecurity. Over 2 years now, it's what, 17%? 17%. So biosecurity in the US has significantly increased. When I was still a CBO in 2015, I ordered vaccine for our vaccine bank because of the lateral spread we were having, so we could stockpile it to use in 2016 or 17 if that virus came back. It never did, so we didn't have to use it. But if we needed to, I was going to use it as a ring vaccine to try to slow the spread, the lateral spread, in order to eradicate the disease locally, and then go back and make a determination whether we immediately destroy all the vaccinated flocks or take them to slaughter and utilize those domestically if there were if there was no virus present in those flocks, but we didn't have to.
Add on the vaccine piece again, why it's so difficult to implement a vaccination program for AI. So let me just look at what Dr. Clifford just mentioned. In 2014, 2015, we had H5N2, all right? 2.3, 4.4. That's what? We were doing the vaccine bank that we built, millions of dollars, okay? Guess what we got in 2016, an H7N8. A different virus. That was not a American virus. It was a North American virus. Guess what came out in 2017? An H7N9. All right. So if we had produced too much of that H5N vaccine, it was not used. All right. That's what came up in 2020. An H7N3. You can't predict on AI. So you can sit now with this H5N1, you think like, oh, let's go vaccinate, let's produce. The next time something else comes in, what are you gonna do? Just share with you why it's so difficult to implement a vaccine program.
Tenemos más de la gente que está en Zoom. Muchas gracias por preguntar. Is it wise to develop a BPM for the geographic area of North America where we could develop some type of international task force that has authority over borderlands to protect all farms involved in poultry production?
If I understand your question, you're saying that, so let's look at the Americas, right? That can the Americas work to come up with a border protection for all of us that try to prevent disease from spreading? Is that what the question is?
I think so. Está muy larga. It just says, is it wise to develop a BPM for the geographic area of North America where we could develop some type of international task force that has authority over borderlands to protect all farms involved in poultry production? I think is what you were saying, Fidel. I don't know. Good man.
Border protection management,
Protection, BPM.
BPM management or something like that. Hey, I mean, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Anytime that you can develop task force that works across countries to help, disease spread and all that stuff, it's never a bad idea. Collaboration is always good.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things, though, I can tell you from our work previously on other diseases like foot and mouth disease, the United States has signed agreements with countries like Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and I believe Ireland on diseases like that. But these are signed agreements, legal documents with the government to allow their personnel to come into our country or ours to go into their country to do this work. So yes, it can be done, but those legal agreements would have to be worked through. Now, I think one of the things, and oftentimes has been a stumbling block in the past for us to do that within the Americas has been the issue of, like, from the US, is the language barrier. But I think we're finding more and more people in the US that speak fluent Spanish. And so I think as long as that's understood, and I think it's a wonderful idea, especially if countries need assistance. That's assuming in a case like this, where this H5 2.4 is worldwide, that we can afford to do that. But I think it's an excellent approach, but it would require those kind of documentations to allow that. It's for protection of employees going to another country and them and vice versa. You gotta protect them.
There's another one. Is it possible to create a task group between countries, but only 3 national department tasked to push in more strict regulations focused on market and healthy standards? It more or less relates. Same. Yeah.
When we look at African swine fever, didn't we go to Dominican Republic to help them out, that kind of stuff, Yeah. So it's the same kind of thing, yeah.
But it's the same kind of thing, but let me say a difference. There's a difference as people going there and giving advice versus engaging in the outbreak. And that's what I was referring to, actually going on farms and doing work. In those other agreements, it's a more defined role and specific versus just going there and giving our input.
There's a third one in Spanish now. So if you want to, I'm going to say it in Spanish, just not to get lost in translation. ¿Se ha implementado alguna estrategia para el control de la movilización de aves, productos o subproductos de las zonas o condados donde se han cuarentenado granjas? Y si es así, ¿cómo se realiza?
That goes to this last presentation that Dr. really rushed on it. It's the secure poultry supply plan. Okay. How do we move? Remember, that is moving product from non-infected premises. Like a kind of, so in an area, you do have other premises that are not infected. How do you allow them to continue to do it? So that's that whole secure poultry supply plan. They have that now for pork. They have that now for milk. You know, so other commodities have developed that. So it involves a lot of testing. Okay, and the different testing that you have to do, the frequency of the testing, and then there's a permit that allows that product to move. You know, so there's certain products like I show you the risk analysis that are negligible, correct? You know, broiled chicks are negligible. If they had the disease, the incubator would have killed the virus, or they would have been dead in the incubator, correct? So, you know, hatching eggs are negligible. That's this kind of stuff. So that's how it has been implemented. If that person wants to truly look at the depth of that, let them just go to the computer and type secure poultry supply plan. It will take them to a link that will show them all what has been done in understanding that.
Solo para agregar, en Estados Unidos desde hace ya hay estos planes de continuidad del comercio seguro para muchas especies, para la industria avícola, para la industria porcina, para lácteos, etcétera. Y lo que se ha hecho son una serie de análisis de riesgo cuantitativos previos a cualquier brote, de modo que se pueda determinar en qué condiciones se pueden mover qué productos y cuáles no. Ya de modo que cuando pega el brote, se sabe de inmediato qué sí se puede mover bajo permiso, bajo autorización oficial, y esto disminuye el impacto económico de la enfermedad de una manera notable. Pero todo este trabajo tiene que haberse hecho previo a. Y entonces, realmente es importante que si tienen interés, visiten el sitio de APHIS, donde están todos estos planes de continuidad de comercio seguro, Secure Poultry Supply se llama. Que ahí están todos los estudios, la documentación, las referencias necesarias para documentar estas decisiones. Entonces es un trabajo que llevó varios años, pero ha servido muchísimo.
Veíamos en las presentaciones que APHIS ha estado trabajando con socios comerciales. Bueno, ahí está. Veíamos en su presentación que Estados Unidos ha estado trabajando con socios comerciales para dar precisamente estas garantías en el comercio de productos avícolas desde Estados Unidos hacia los socios comerciales. Pero, ¿hay algún avance que Estados Unidos tenga respecto a aplicar ese mismo criterio de regionalización y compartimentalización para aceptar de terceros países la importación de productos avícolas en aquellos países que han tenido brotes de influenza aviar?
When it comes to regionalization, compartmentalization, that's a negotiation that goes between countries and countries, all right? So we've had countries that have requested for them to come evaluate them, and we will go and evaluate them. I think what we've seen that is difficult is there are a lot of times that
countries look at what they call compartmentalization when they're really talking about regionalization. Okay, so when you follow the world guidelines on what is a compartment and what is regionalization and how you implement that, there are a lot of countries that are struggling to follow those guidelines on specifically what it is. So we have seen where countries will be resistant to evaluating our regionalization because they want reciprocity, which reciprocity means, oh, if I accept yours, you should accept mine. But in reality, it's apples and oranges, right? So what I would tell you in terms of my experience is that for you to build a compartment takes a lot of money. So just to give you a good example, our commercial industry on the commercial side of things will be very difficult then for them to really build a compartment because what it takes to build a compartment is a lot of money. Okay? It starts with what? Your geospatial location of your farms, one. Number two, how you construct those farms, okay? And then your operational biosecurity. You have to build that. So if you think about it, let me knock on wood. Our primary breeders have not been involved in this outbreak. Have you noticed that? Because their biosecurity is at a different level, okay? And so for a simple commercial premises that just produce broilers of meat to implement what the primary breeders are implementing, it needs a lot of money to get you to that level. So most countries, okay, so I just give you an example that the UK came to evaluate us and we're waiting to see their evaluation in terms of our primary, of our compartment. Yeah, so we are open to evaluate countries when it comes to that. And we'll give you a feedback in that evaluation. And a lot of times it's not the same. Okay.
I just wanted to add a little bit, Fernando. France with the ducks has requested the US to consider zoning of those ducks. In other words, they would zone them out. They would put a zone around those particular ducks and then make the determination what products, if any, those ducks could ship to the US based upon zoning. Okay. That they're in the process of reviewing that. APHIS has not, to my knowledge, has not made a determination of that yet. So that can happen. And we do it. We've done it for years with the European Union. We allowed the European Union to zone for African swine fever, for classical swine fever, for foot and mouth disease, for avian influenza, for exotic Newcastle disease. And we've done that for years. That goes back before we started doing a lot of zoning with other countries. But the US regulations right now do not allow vaccination in other countries for to be shipping products into ours. And so the only way that can happen is to have a zone either free of vaccination or a whole state or a region or whatever that is in order to move in to the US. Now, I had talked with APHIS about developing something locally for Mexico with Pachoco, where the whole system from the beginning of the birds themselves all the way to the end of production was one system, free of vaccination. And I was going to go down and review that, not as an official of the government, but just to do an initial bird's eye view and say to our government, yes, I want you to review them. But then, unfortunately, based upon somebody being arrested in that particular location, the State Department said no one from the US can go there. So I wasn't allowed to go there, and no government official from US is allowed to go there right now.
I remember coming here in 2005 and we worked with a regionalization for your Newcastle disease. If you go back and look at that. So we accepted products to move from states that did not, provinces of state that did not have Newcastle disease. So we did that with Mexico. I still remember that negotiation right here in Mexico. So we've done that. We do that, so far you meet all the requirements that you're supposed to do that. Yeah, we do that. So we believe in regionalization. All I just caution countries a lot is when you go into compartmentalization, you really have to meet those requirements, and they're not easy and they're very expensive. So sometimes people they say compartments when you go and look at it, they're not really meeting the requirements of what is a compartment. just to be transparent with you.
Aprovechando que tengo el micrófono, el agradecer sus comentarios y el consultar si entonces bajo este ejercicio que van a hacer con la empresa mexicana, estaríamos pensando que pudiera haber un esquema un poco combinado entre un compartimento y un sistema de producción que blinde la condición sanitaria del producto. ¿Sobre eso hay una base legal en Estados Unidos para aceptarla?
So, basis. See, we have a okay. Okay. We have a regionalization and evaluation staff. So you asking me questions that sometimes I'm not the one that gets involved with this. But that regionalization and evaluation staff has criteria on doing that stuff, correct? You can communicate to and they will get you involved in understanding what you want to see, what you want to look at and all that. So they'll work with you on that. So we do, I mean, like the evaluation that John is talking about us going to France to go evaluate their vaccine. The truth is that to be transparent with you, we don't know how we're going to go evaluate that completely because we've never had a vaccine in the United States. So sometimes when you go evaluate something that you've really not had an experience from, you have to go learn from other folks, correct? You know, so we're going there to evaluate the vaccine program to meet certain criteria, following what some few guidelines and what other countries have done. And then we're going to come back and say, you know, did they do it correctly? Did they do it nicely and all that? And sometimes people always ask me, Fidel, oh, the French are going to vaccinate. Why America is not looking at vaccine? Oh, you guys are killing all these birds and all that kind of stuff. And this is what I share to people really transparently. That's why you see me talk about our inventory. The reason the French are vaccinating for foie gras, the ducks that are producing foie gras, remember, in the world, the foie gras industry has been decimated, all right? France is the only country. America has 2 foie gras companies, okay? And because of animal welfare, the pressure in America has made that industry not to grow. Because remember, you're force feeding ducks to put their fat in their liver. So it's a productive thing for the French. But guess what? They lost 85%. So when I shared your inventory, guess what? If we have our primary breeders being affected up to that 85%, we are going to look into vaccine because our primary breeders are responsible for 60% of the genetic stocks all over the world. So it's not going to just affect us domestically, but it's going to affect the world. So the talk on vaccine, we're going to look at it differently. So when I see what the French are doing, I'm telling myself, hey, they lost a big chunk of their industry, 85%, 85%. That's why they're very forceful to say, we're going to try this vaccine. I don't care what anybody else is saying. We're going to do it and we're going to see how it comes out. So we are proud of them to take that challenge and see how other countries are going to react, including us. And so that's why you see John said that we're looking at maybe zoning them and see what happens. Because there's a way to do this and prevent disease spread. Countries just have to be, a lot of countries get unnecessary resistance on science just because of, again, trade politics. But if they prove the science that they could do it and you can zone and product can move from the areas that did not vaccinate, why not? You got to look into that. We all have to be open for that.
Gracias por sus comentarios. Escuchaba. Bueno, ya. Gracias por sus comentarios. Escuchaba que en algún momento después del primer brote 2015 adquirieron vacunas o tuvieron un banco de vacuna. La pregunta sería, ¿qué tecnología es la que están considerando o en su momento consideraron? Sabemos que no van a vacunar, pero ¿qué tecnología? ¿Hay alguna vacuna que tengan identificada que sea viva, que permita diferenciar vacunados contra algunos expuestos? Y 2, ¿tienen alguna técnica diagnóstica que te permita diferenciar entre vacunados y expuestos?
So when we developed that vaccine bank in 2015, around 2016, we had to address exactly what you talk about, all right? We had to make sure that in working with the pharmaceutical companies, we're going to have a company that's going to produce us a vaccine that we can vaccinate layers. We have to have a vaccine that can work for day-old chicks and day-old poults, you know, the young turkeys and the young broilers. So in that vaccine bank, we had to cover all that. The first thing that we did was that we shared that virus, that duration North American strain H5N2, 2.3.4.4. We had to give it to our ARS, our Agricultural Research Services, to come up with what we call a seed virus, which means they isolate it to the level where we can take that now to give it to the vaccine companies to produce the vaccine. Then we had to identify, they also came up with the research on the different vaccines that can be used that can help us then do the DIVA. All right, how do you then differentiate from infected animals? So, you know, we did all that. And we carried that vaccine bank for a while. We never use it. The pharmaceutical companies do not like to use their space when we're not paying them. We were paying money, and they're the ones who came to us and said, oh, you guys are not using this stuff. We can't store it anymore, even though we're giving them money to store it. So they said, no, we can't store it anymore. You guys are not using it. So the vaccine bank was dried up. Now, boom, we come 2022, 2024, people are still asking us if we need a vaccine bank. So our ARS is working right now, looking at this strain and looking at coming over that seed virus, that then they're going to put it out there for the vaccine company to go and lobby. Because the way it works for us is we have the authority. Nobody in the United States can implement vaccination till the CVO says so. And if the CVO says that, oh, we can use vaccine, guess what? The state veterinarians also have to accept to use it in their state. So we say it, we might say, Georgia, you can vaccinate. Georgia might say, nope, we're not using the vaccine. They have that authority to do that. So we are in a place where we've been challenged by Congress to look at the possibility of vaccine, because there's some people who think like, oh, we're killing so many birds, you know, can we vaccinate? And we keep trying to explain that we're not there yet. If I show you the inventory, correct? And people think like vaccine is a panacea. I will frankly tell you that for all what I've seen, monitoring other countries that have been using vaccine, it's not been successful the way they say it. You make a decision like what John said, you vaccinate to live with the disease, or you vaccinate to eradicate. And it's been a headache from so many other countries using vaccine, because it's not easy. Because the times that you start vaccinating, a new strain comes. It might change in just one basic amino acid. You have to go then change that vaccine. And so constantly you're struggling to follow through. So vaccine is, to me, is not a panacea. You think is because vaccine does not prevent infection. You know, so when you make, so I don't fault countries who decide that they're vaccinated because they want to keep their domestic production and they don't involve it so much in international trade. That's fine. But with us, we debate on this every day, but till the majority of the industry will come to that place that they say, okay, we need this, that's when it's going to happen. Our politics will take care of this. That's what I've always told people, that our broader industry and our primary breeder industry, they don't want vaccine because it doesn't affect them, okay? And they look at it like they're the ones. So just to be transparent with you, our broader industry, when it comes to trade, and a lot of times when we talk about trade, I just want folks to know this. When we talk about $6 billion in international trade, do you know what domestic trade is? 60 billion. Okay? So just domestically is an issue. Okay? We don't even know what is state. So if Georgia says they want to vaccinate, Alabama might say, I don't want your chicken. You know, so we haven't solved that problem domestically on dealing with who wants vaccine. Is vaccine what we need to do? We've not done that. And so, but when we talk about international trade and we talk about 6 billion, that's chicken change when it comes to domestic trade. Domestic trade is worth 60, I mean, I'll just quote you the number, that was 67 billion last year. Okay, 60 billion of that is domestic trade. So that's the challenge we have. That's why we've not
looked at vaccine in the United States, we always want to prepare. So we've been a challenge as an agency to say, we need you to be ready, should in case you need it. And that's what we're working on.
You know, just want to add one thing. I don't think you can put a dollar on the primary breeding companies in the US to their total value. With Avigen, Cobb, Highland, and the turkey, Nicholas. Avigen, I can tell you, if we start vaccinating, if Avigen feels, and I think Cobb would be the same place, that it's going to disrupt their trade, guess what? They're going to start moving those facilities out of our country to a country that doesn't vaccinate. They do not want vaccination. Now, they could potentially change that attitude, you know, if they know the trade's not disrupted. But if it's disrupted, it's a problem. It's going to be a big problem.
The politics will play out.
Ok, este es en español. Soy un tercer especialista autorizado, inspecciono importaciones. Tengo una duda. Cuando hay un brote, la hoja de requisitos restringe las importaciones de ciertos estados y condados americanos, pero es posible la importación de condados cuarentenados siempre y cuando sean para un proceso térmico y vengan flejados de origen. En esos casos, Estados Unidos hace pruebas de AI a dichos embarques.
So for us, regardless of whether a product is heat treated or not, remember, every flock that goes to processing has been tested negative before they go to processing, correct? So for those products that have to be heat treated, that's something so different. And then if they're heat treated, there's nothing there. I mean, you can see the raw guidelines on all those type of products, right? What temperatures and all that kind of stuff. So for us, what has helped us in the whole shipping of poultry and poultry products internationally, interstate, domestically, is our avian influenza surveillance program. We look for AI every day. We do not want AI. Okay, so we have a low pathogenicity avian influenza program that we're solving every day. So I expand on that. United States is one of those countries, because we have a robust avian influenza program, that we don't need to do what they call freedom surveillance testing, like we do for Newcastle. Right? We don't have a national Newcastle disease program. So when we have Newcastle disease, towards the end, we have to design a surveillance to prove that we're free from Newcastle. But because we do avian influenza every day, we use our routine surveillance that we're doing every day to account for the fact that, you know, we're moving products everywhere from different counties and all that, non-infected premises and all that, because those birds and flocks are being tested. So we have that confidence.
Okay, thank you.
Ciertamente en México, bajo el mecanismo comercial que tenemos con Estados Unidos, a nivel de condados, cuando un estado o condado está afectado, establecemos condiciones hacia productos avícolas que solamente vengan a proceso térmico. Eso no limita que la certificación de Estados Unidos deba seguir declarando que las parvadas de donde se obtiene el producto están inscritas en el NPIP, además de las otras condiciones de certificación. Como una medida de mitigación de riesgo es que estamos haciendo el proceso térmico en México. Es un poco para ampliar la respuesta hacia quien hizo la pregunta de producto a proceso térmico.
Una última pregunta o comentario. Bueno, es interesante la parte de los laboratorios. Comentaban que tienen 54 laboratorios activos ahorita para la influenza, que tienen una capacidad de 30,000 muestras, creo, al día. Eso entendí. Pero esta vigilancia de los laboratorios, de que estén sus métodos estandarizados, de que estén controlados, aprobados, acreditados, la llevan a cabo con los comités que nombraran, los subcomités por cada una de las enfermedades. Bueno, a mí me llamó la atención ese control que tienen, cómo lo llevan a cabo y si esos costos de esas análisis también son parte de ese plan del PNIP o esos costos son subsidiados por solamente la parte federal o los laboratorios o los productores. Creo yo que entendí que era todo por el plan que tiene Estados Unidos para la influenza aviar.
So, excellent question. The National Animal Health Laboratory Network was a concept that started way back, I think, in 2012. And that concept was to develop a laboratory network in the entire United States to take care of certain listed diseases. And those listed diseases were the top diseases that were on the war for each commodity, not just poultry, all right? So for poultry, the two big diseases that are in that National Animal Laboratory Network surveillance are Newcastle and hypertogenicity avian influenza, right? So we started way back where there were they started with 12 labs, which were big university labs. And now for avian influenza, they have about 57 labs. The 54 were the ones who were used and activated during the 2014-2015, right, that we used. But the 57 labs that we, USDA, purchased, which means when they apply for their cooperative agreement funding from us, we gave them money to purchase the thermocycler, that machine that does the PCR testing. That funding came from us, all right? So the concept of that laboratory network was to provide and build these labs to be able to meet those capabilities. The second thing for those labs was that they also have to meet the requirements of scientists that are trained to do those testing. That funding, again, some of it comes from us, some of it comes from the state. You know, so we have, so for poultry, so that I don't get you confused, the National Poultry Improvement Plan already has what they call the NPIP authorized lab system. That authorized lab system basically focuses on diseases of poultry, including avian influenza and Newcastle disease, correct? Those labs, NPIP has always had. When avian influenza came in, avian influenza as a disease was added to what those labs can do. Remember, the authorized labs of the NPIP, all their focus was on poultry disease. It was not on any of the other commodity disease. The null concept was to include all the diseases in the labs, the local labs in the state. So when we talk about null labs, so I give you a good example. My null lab that I used to run, 90% of my patients were featherbirds. So my certification and validation was for poultry diseases. So my lab did not go get certified to do foot-and-mouth disease. Does that make sense? Because majority of my clients were poultry. So some of the null labs have different diseases that is listed under the null that they've become certified for, all right? And some of them just focus on avian influenza, hypertogenicity avian influenza. I mean, just let me put it, avian influenza, because it's the diagnosis that tell us whether it's low part or high part, all right? When it comes to the funding, if you remember, I mentioned in the past, when NORS started,
There was no funding. There was not a lot of money. AFIS put a little bit of money, the state, but because we went to Congress to keep lobbying for funding and explaining to the success of what these labs can do, I will tell you the truth. The experience we went through in 2014-15, the Newcastle disease outbreak that we went through 2018-2020, made Congress to realize that, oh my God, we have to be supporting these labs. So the non-lab network now has funding that they've never had in their life. The person who runs that coordination is Dr. Cristiano Diacono, is my classmate. I always joke with her all the time. We went to school together, we're reading mates. She's the national coordinator of that National Animal Health Laboratory Network. And so if you want to understand how to structure that, because it's more complicated than I'm telling you in how they've prepared everything. I mean, if you go to our website, you could see all what they've done. I can give you her number and he can help you. I mean, she can help you on how do you put something like that together, you know. So that's what the NOR concept was all about. And it's just been unbelievable. So for example, let's say the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia NOR lab has robotics that we paid for. I mean, robotics who can do, they can do 1 million samples in a day. We pay for those robotics doing those sampling. You see what I'm saying? So we provide funding to help them. But the states also, for everything we do that I'm talking about funding here, we do not make the states whole, correct? They're not just depending all from us, but we do a lot for them also to add their own funding. So it's a cost share, I mean, not cost share, it's a share thing. And then the industry too has to put in something. So what do we give them for avian surveillance? So going back to expand on your question. So let me say in the state of Maryland, my state that I came from, we're supposed to do 60,000 avian surveillance a year. When we look at all our production units that are going to processing, moving X and all that, and we look at the funding that USDA gives us, and let's say that funding will cover, what did I say, 60,000? Let's say that funding is going to cover 40,000. The state and the industry has to figure out how to come out with the 20,000 that needs to be surveyed. You see what I'm saying? So that's how it is. So the smart states have known how to take our money and maximize that. Then for them to then subsidize the other part that, so the majority of that funding comes from us. Does that help?
Let me just add one thing, though. During an emergency outbreak, the federal government provides, like this outbreak right now, and I said 450 million a year is what they're spending. That money goes to help those labs run those tests. Okay? That's because it's not their norm. So we have to have that input from the federal government. That comes from emergency funding. So 2014-15 outbreak cost us almost or around $900 million for that outbreak. And this one is now over $1 billion.
That when we have a big outbreak, that's money that the federal government gives. The Secretary of Agriculture goes to Congress and asks for that funding. They have a part of it, then they will give that. So we go periodically. So like with this outbreak, they will give us this amount. We do what we're doing and we see it going down. We have to go back to them to go justify that we need more money. So there's this emergency funding that comes during an emergency. You know, the line item that I show you, the 65 million, that's for normal avian influenza surveillance. When it comes to the enhanced surveillance, there's extra funding that is given to help that happen. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Yep.
Okay.
Ya está, sí, sí funciona. Yo, más que una pregunta, quisiera dejarles una mosca en la oreja a todos los que estamos aquí. Miren, yo creo que de lo más interesante que se ha dicho en esta reunión, la dijo mi amigo Cristóbal Cepeda. Seguimos haciendo cosas por hacer. Perdón. ¿No hay traducción? Se quedó sin pila. Bueno, en atención al doctor Clifford, no me sé hasta dónde me quedé, pero yo decía que lo más importante de lo que se trató acá, creo yo, es la inquietud de hacer cosas nuevas. Y mi amigo Cristóbal Cepeda creo que aportó algo que es muy valioso. Yo creo que mucho de lo que hacemos en veterinaria es por tradición, porque así se hizo y porque lo seguimos haciendo. Y en el caso de influenza, me parece que somos patéticos en el caso. Les voy a decir por qué. Porque yo desde que era chiquito, un dolor de cabeza mayúsculo fue la fiebre aftosa, hoy ya no lo es tanto. Pero si uno se pone a analizar las cosas, muchos de los mecanismos de protección para la transmisión de influenza los estamos extrapolando de lo que sabemos de aftosa. Señores, la aftosa se transmite por basuras y escamochas, ¿no? Y por carne cruda. No conozco a nadie que come pollo sushi en este mundo, ni tampoco pollos que coman escamocha o desperdicios de basura de los aeropuertos. Entonces, sin embargo, el enfoque en muchas ocasiones así lo es. Aceptamos, por el otro lado, en el caso de fiebre aftosa, desde la presión que hicieron los países sudamericanos, básicamente Uruguay, ya aceptamos que el que un animal tenga anticuerpos no implica que pueda ser un vehículo importante de transmisión y ya aceptamos en el caso de aftosa libre con vacunación. Ah, pero en el caso de influenza aviar, no. Sea, yo me pregunto, si hay anticuerpos, ¿cuál es la posibilidad de que tenga yo viremia en el animal que me garantice que un virus activo va a llegar? Y luego en un alimento que es cocido inmediatamente, la señora va al súper y lo primero que hace cuando trae su pechuga de pollo es meterla en una olla hirviendo. Nadie se lo come crudo. Entonces, yo siento que esto que decía Cristóbal, de lo que se ha dicho aquí, en mi opinión personal, es lo más importante. Ya esta tendencia de que tenemos que revisar y hacer análisis de riesgo reales, cuáles productos sí son peligrosos, cuáles productos no son peligrosos y bajo qué condiciones son peligrosos. Causamos muchas veces la explicación, creo yo, que emana del propio interés comercial de defensa de los mercados, más que de una razón científica que soporte la situación. Yo vengo de una época en la que era todo muy fácil. Si un país tenía aftosa, no le compraba yo nada, casi ni tractores, ¿no? Pero no, ahora ya cambiamos. Y leche pasteurizada, sí. Leche bajo estas condiciones, sí, etcétera. Entonces yo creo que este es un reto que nos queda en el caso de influenza aviar urgentemente. Y para terminar, traer a la mesa una inquietud que México ha manifestado ya desde hace cuando menos 2 o 3 años. A ver, volviendo a la tradición, si de repente mañana hay influenza aviar en España, automáticamente le aplico las medidas cuarentenarias a España, pero no a Francia ni a Portugal. ¿Por qué? Porque hay dizque una barrera de contención a nivel de país. En el caso de Europa, eso es para morirse de risa porque Europa es un solo país. Cada uno de los países son estados. Entonces, sí, sin embargo, seguimos en nuestra mente manejando. Bélgica sí tiene PPA, pero no Alemania, o Polonia, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, México lleva ya 3 años empujando una idea que debiera de ser vista con seriedad. Es la única manera que, en mi opinión, después de muchísimos años de dedicarme a esto, puede garantizar un cero impacto comercial ante la aparición de enfermedades nuevas. Porque háblense de regionalización, háblese de lo que sea, implica lo que hacemos con Estados Unidos. De repente, este año o el año que entra van a tener nuevamente un brote de influenza aviar. Automáticamente la regla mexicana dice, ciérrale la puerta. pero inmediatamente empezamos a tener intercambio a través de la representación de USDA en México, a través de Estados Unidos, tenemos una excelente comunicación. Eh, yo podría decir que lástima que no hablo perfecto inglés, pero Rosemary la siento de veras como una gran amiga, ¿no? Y hay una gran comunicación. Ah, pero primero tiene que demostrarme a través de información epidemiológica que analizan mis áreas de investigación que el problema está en un estado. Ok, entonces ahora solo te cuarenteno ese estado. Y tiempo después más investigación en tal condado. Está bien, pero ¿quién me dice cuánto costó al comercio de ambos países ese tiempo de análisis cuando México está proponiendo a través de este programa de esclusas que lo que tenemos que hacer es antes de, no después de que aparezca la enfermedad, un análisis logístico en el cual yo ya tenga los pedazos de México que son diferentes, que son como París, como Francia, como España y Portugal. O sea, que de antemano tengamos los elementos que me digan, el sureste de México y el noroeste pueden ser considerados zonas separadas del país sanitariamente cuando se tienen todos los elementos que estamos desarrollando. Ya desarrollamos planes de emergencia, ya desarrollamos y estamos a punto de hacer simulacros. Y lo mismo que Estados Unidos nos enseñó, yo me acuerdo mucho cuando la doctora Seaford habló de que las primeras 24 horas, algunas sí, ya no recuerdo exacto el tiempo, después de un brote era lo más importante y había que parar la movilización automática en caso de un PPA, ¿no? Pues yo les digo que con el sistema que estamos desarrollando, en 2 horas después de tener un resultado positivo en el laboratorio de CPA, yo tengo cerrado auténticamente el sureste y el noroeste del país, pero cerrado como país, con investigación en carreteras, aeropuertos, puertos marítimos, una seguridad que realmente me hace 3 países, que sería un poco lo mismo que los Estados Unidos llevan intentando y que tenemos pendiente de resolver, que si llegan a tener PPA en Puerto Rico, ¿por qué voy a tener que afectar a todo el territorio americano? Y ahí es donde los haitianos pueden llevar rápidamente la PPA, ¿no? Pero de acuerdo a la legislación actual, si hay un marranito enfermo en Puerto Rico, se cierra la cortina y no podemos comprarle ni un gramo de producto de cerdo a los Estados Unidos. Eso es tonto, yo creo. Es negarnos la inteligencia de poder ver las cosas en una visión diferente que nos resuelva realmente lo que es de fondo, el daño económico que traen las enfermedades, porque no es el costo, por ahí se habla de que el seguro para cerdos, vamos a hacer un seguro de protección, eso no tiene para nada, o sea, el seguro me va a proteger 5, 10, 20,000 cerdos, que son los que primero se infectaron y esos me los pagan. Pero ese no es el costo es el cierre de mercados y la alteración de toda una cadena comercial. Entonces yo creo que hay gente aquí con el suficiente, y no me digan mi buen amigo el doctor Clifford, que debe de tener la capacidad seguro de sentarnos a analizar estas propuestas y ver el mundo con otros ojos, unos ojos que nos eviten tanto daño económico que hacemos cada vez que yo le tengo que cerrar a Estados Unidos 4, 5 o 10 días porque tiene un brote de influenza aviar. Bueno, pues si está en algo que yo ya sabía que era la parte, para ser simplista, la parte este o parte oeste de los Estados Unidos por las rocallosas. Bueno, ¿qué tiene que ver un brote de un lado que del otro? Yo sigo comprando del lado que es donde está la industria, aunque aparezca el problema en el lado oeste. Bueno, simplemente como les amenacé, ahí les dejo la mosca en la oreja. Piénsenlo, consúltenlo con la almohada y creo que vamos a hacer algo más importante que lo que hemos discutido aquí, que es lo mismo. O sea, esto que hemos visto aquí es exactamente lo que hacemos nosotros en México, con la única diferencia que nosotros no tenemos dinero para indemnizar al 100% a un avicultor, que aquí lo dicen los avicultores. Para los Estados Unidos, en Estados Unidos, ser avicultor es un gran negocio, que te caiga una enfermedad exótica porque te pagan todo. Ya no tengo ni que mover el ganado ni las aves al mercado, sino que aquí mismo te los pagan en tu casita. Bueno, pues qué bueno, ¿no? Nosotros no tenemos eso y hemos tenido que utilizar otras políticas. Pero bueno, si hay alguien que difiere en lo que acabo de decir, pues no quiero ser dogmático, ¿no? Ahora sí, cuando menos hay silencio, quiere decir que les van a girar las neuronas para pensar eso en ese sentido que yo digo. Y otra vez, muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad de intercambiar las experiencias muy valiosas, todo esto que cada vez que dice lecciones aprendidas, pues sí, nosotros también podríamos intercambiar muchas experiencias tenidas por nosotros porque, como dice el dicho, hay muchas maneras de matar pulgas y siempre uno aprende más del otro, ¿no? Muchas gracias nuevamente y ojalá se repita en lo sucesivo.
Bueno, no, gracias, Juan. Simplemente para nuevamente agradecer a Senacic y a la Dirección General de Salud Animal la hospitalidad y a mis compañeros de USAPIC por apoyarnos para poder lograr hacer este evento aquí en México y obviamente a Fidelis y a John por su experiencia y amabilidad en compartir su conocimiento. Gracias. Y a María, obviamente, por organizar todo.
City lights and